Okay, we are now live, so I will call this special council meeting to order at 9 a.m. We'll start with the territorial acknowledgement. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge with respect the history and living culture of the Anishinaabe, the people of the Three Fires known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi Nation, who have inhabited this land from time immemorial. We recognize that these lands are the territories of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, collectively known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the keepers of this land. Georgian Bluffs is located on lands encompassed by treaties 45.5, 67, 72, 82, and 93. We reflect on our role as treaty people and the need to live in respect and peace and show respect to the First Peoples who inhabit these lands and waters. Moving on to approval of the agenda, recommendation is that the agenda be approved as presented. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Coburn, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Does any member have a pecuniary interest to declare? Seeing none, you may declare at any time throughout the meeting if one should arise. We are moving into 2026 Mayor's Budget and Strategic Session. The recommendation is that the special council meeting be recessed and that council hereby moves into a strategic session at 9:02 a.m. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Councillor Winters. Is there any discussion? We'll call the vote. All in favor? It is carried. Now to strategic session. The recommendation is that the strategic session, oh no, that I'm really moving forward. That would be the adjournment. I'll just tuck that away for now. Okay.
Thank you for you. Good morning, everyone. Today we will be discussing our 2026 Mayor's budget. Staff recognize that we've had a bit of a transition that we've had to adapt with, being Strong Mayor's Power. That came into effect in May, but we are trying to maintain the consistency and rhythm that we've had in previous years by having the two sessions, our first session, which we had in October, being around our projects and what are our big plans. Today's session will focus a bit more on how it all comes together. As we are going through the presentation, please feel free to ask any questions that you may have at the time. My answer may be, can you save it for a moment? It will come up on a different slide, but please feel free to ask questions as we are going through. We will have in front of you here our 2026 timeline. So we tried to do this to provide a bit of an insight as to when we are planning our important dates. So we did have back in June, we received our mayoral decision, which we will just highlight in a couple slides what that was. We had our services survey, which was open to the public. We completed a review of our current user fees, and staff began to prepare the 2026 base budget and business plan requests throughout July and August. On October 22nd, we saw the results of that services survey, the presentation of the business plan request, a review of proposed user fee changes, and your annual asset management plan update, which included a few new maps that we were trying to help assist not only council, but the public and staff identify when and where our assets may be. November 7th saw the publication of the mayor's budget, which is our trigger for our 30-day period. Today, we will be going over that budget, reviewing the reserves and reserve funds and estimated balances. Next Tuesday, being November 18th, we will have a budget open house. The open house is not a special council meeting. However, council, you are welcome to attend. It will be held here from 12 to 6, and we invite members of the public to come in and ask any questions that they may have about the budget, the process, or inviting any ideas that they may have to have included. Those results and communications that we receive on the 18th will be presented at the last council meeting for your consideration as well.
Have we, I'm sorry, I'm just asking about the open house. How have we advertised? Has there been a press release go out?
It will be going out after today's meeting. We are just waiting to see if there are any large investments that we need to account for before the release is going out. But it will be released after today's meeting.
Super, thanks.
December 8th will be our 30-day deadline. Recognizing the 7th is the actual 30 days, but that is a weekend, so we have to move it to the next business day. We will talk about the other dates a bit more because there is some information in here about strong mayors. These other dates are when that comes into play, if they come into play, depending on the process that council and the mayor does. Oh. The next slide. After the October 22nd meeting, we received direction from council. And that was that the 2026 business plan requests that were contained on that day be included with the following inclusions, deletions, and revisions. That included that the proposed community improvement plan be reduced to 20,000 from the original 40,000, with all 20,000 being funded from the planning reserve, which was representative of the historical contributions we had received from the county for implementing initiatives under the community improvement plan. It removed the tax levy portion that was proposed. We also allocated a one-time request of 40,000 to address dead and dying trees, specifically around ash borer tree, to be funded from our environmental stabilization reserve. That increased the original request that had been as an ongoing operating, proposed at 20,000, increased it to 40,000, again as a one-time funded from reserves. Can we go back one slide, please? The third amendment, or revision, I guess, was the special events. The proposed business plan request had it at 25,000. It was reduced to be a one-time amount for $5,000 to celebrate the 25th anniversary that the township will be having next year, and that is to be funded from the stabilization reserve. We still are going to be maintaining the 20,000 annually from the tax levy. And the last revision or comment was around our procurement and risk management coordinator, the full-time FTE that was being proposed to come in and start midway through the year. It is still to be determined if that will be a contract, as if it is a contract, how long of a contract, or if it will be a permanent full-time position. But the funding is there and it is being funded from tax levy.
I just have a question about, not that role in particular, but any new funding we assign to a new position in our org structure. So if that position can't be filled and council has endorsed it, can those funds be shifted to a different position that perhaps staff have decided is lacking or where they need to hire someone else?
Yes, they can be reallocated. They do become, if it is not fulfilled, or the position is not filled, then it does fall into our compensation stabilization reserve, that it would go into the reserve. However, if there is a different FTE that is proposed under our org chart, the funds can be realigned to fulfill that position.
If I could add there, sorry. I think the org chart, the way it was left under strong mayor powers is that falls to the CAO and the mayor. So my thought would be it should be coming back to council if we're making any kind of change there.
That's my understanding as well, and that's what we've been told by previous CAOs, that council approves new positions on the org chart. And so if that position can't be filled because the proper candidate isn't available, I would hope staff would come back and say, look, here's where we need to, we've budgeted for a position, here's what we need in lieu of, and we'd like council's endorsement to spend the money on a different position. So what we've been told in the past, Sam, is that if there's a change to the org chart, which means different positions, then that has to be endorsed by council.
through you, I don't see why there would be a change to that at all.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood, because it sounded like you were saying that that position can't be filled. The money goes into that fund, and then depending on what the CAO decides, then they can go ahead and hire somebody in a different position, not that one, but something different to use up that money, and I don't think that's what I understand.
For you, that is not what my
Okay,
speaking at.
okay, thank you.
Direction also included that staff apply for the Community Emergency Preparedness Grant for the purchase of 2 sets of road closed trailers. We did submit that application prior to the due date, so we are awaiting a response as to if we are successful or not on our application. That staff be directed to investigate the cost and feasibility of resurface of the floor arena at Kimball Community Center. There is no information in today's materials speaking to that. Staff are still in discussions with the local group using that facility to determine a agreeable and appropriate flooring surface. If further information would be provided to council, and we can treat that as an in-year amendment that does not have levy impact, so we are not triggering that process under a strong mayor's, that it can be funded from reserves if council wishes to proceed with it, depending on the information that is provided. And the last part of the direction was that council hereby requests the mayor to consider and endorse council feedback, including an increase of no higher than approximate 5%. I am happy to say that today's materials do fall within that request at 4.76%. So we are within the 5% that council and the mayor directed. Our goals of today, we will be reviewing the strong mayor budget process, have some general township updates, and then the presentation of our budget, which will include a review of 2025 projects, the listings of our new projects, which were discussed on October 22nd, our water funded budget, and our tax levy funded budget. Our water budget does not have any tax levy funds associated with it. It is solely user fee paid for. To start, strong mayor budget process. So we have our original mayor's direction that we had received in June. And that direction was that the treasurer and acting CAO prepare a draft 2026 operating capital budget within the requirements of the Act to maintain the same levels and types of services as in previous years. The original scheduled date was September 15th. That meeting was rescheduled to be October 22nd to complete the review of 2025 and prior year approved capital projects, to receive the business plan requests, and any other decisions that may have financial impacts. And November 14th, being today, is the presentation of the budget. Following the October meeting, we did receive an updated mayor's direction, which stated that the treasurer and CAO were to prepare a 2026 operating capital budget within the requirements of the Act. The budget was to include the 4 directions that we had already talked about that council had provided, and the mayor's direction, well, around the 5%, which was also endorsed by council. So there were 2 aspects of the direction that council provided out of the October meeting that were not included in the mayor's direction. And that was on purpose because they do not necessarily impact the budget, that being the grant application and the floor. There are kind of 3 scenarios that can play out in a strong mayor's budget. Our first is if after today, there are no council proposed amendments. November 7th saw the mayor's budget going public, and it would be adopted on December 8th. That is our 30 days. Our budget no longer is adopted through a bylaw. It is at the end of the 30 days adopted. Our second scenario, if there are amendments. So we still have our November 7th is when the budget became public. If an amendment is proposed by council, and we do have a slide later that speaks to what an amendment must look like and how it can be presented. If the mayor does not veto an amendment, we still have an adopted budget on December 8th. There is a 10-day veto period, which may occur from December 8th to 18th, whereby the mayor can veto a council amendment. If the mayor does not veto an amendment, if they are utilizing that 10-day period, we have December 18th, our budget is adopted. Our third scenario sees amendments and the use of vetoes. So we start with our November 7th, the mayor's budget is public. If there are amendments, the mayor may veto some or all of those amendments within the 10-day veto period, being the 8th to the 18th. Council then has 15 days to override a veto by 2/3. That period would be from December 18th to 13th. You will see that is longer than 15 days. That is because of scheduled office closures and the Christmas holidays. So we did extend it to ensure the 15 days accounted for regular office working days and that there would be available meetings for council. During that period, council either does not override the veto or it does override the veto. Either way, a budget would be adopted on January 13th. So if an amendment is to come, what is an amendment? So an amendment that results in an unbalanced budget are not in order and cannot be put to a vote. So that would be an unbalanced budget amendment could be just stating lower taxes by 1%. We don't have the offsetting, where are you lowering the taxes from? We need both sides of that to make sure it is balanced. So each proposed amendment must include an offsetting revenue or expenditures to maintain that equilibrium. We do have a few examples on the next slide. These are not staff proposed amendments. This was just as illustration purposes to show you what amendments would need to look like. So if you were wanting to increase from a 1.5% capital tax levy to a 2%, that value is $68,550. We need to know what transfers into your reserves are you looking to increase, and it is coming from your tax levy. So we have our increase in expenditures and our increase in revenue. Another example could be if you're looking to increase a specific user fee due to a higher usage or a change in fee structure, we need to know what the offsetting is. So that example shows an increase in one specific type of revenue to be a decrease in another revenue. Or we can have the increase and the decrease in an expenditure side. So if you were looking to decrease a drainage expenditure to allow for enhanced services for winter, we'd have our increase in expenditure around winter control with the offsetting decrease in drainage. Although we have some deadlines, there is parameters within the legislation that in-year budget amendments can occur, and they may require additional levy. So the mayor may prepare an in-year budget amendment, providing the proposed budget amendment to council, the clerk, and the public. There is 21 days after receiving that amendment that council may pass a resolution, and that budget would be deemed adopted or after the 21 days, assuming it is not shortened. If council wishes to amend it within those 21 days, the mayor can veto the amendment that council makes and providing that written veto to council. If council, you are overriding a mayor's veto, it does require 2/3 of council to override. If time expires, council to, if it's expiry of the time period for council to override the mayor's veto, it is deemed adopted. So we are going to be extremely mindful of those dates moving forward and the change in the meeting structure time that we have. So the clerk and I, we regularly communicate about these dates and what the impacts is and how we can fall and how it can play out for our council. If there is a In your amendment, we do ask that it is done prior to the passing of the annual tax rates. If it is done after, we are going to have a lot of confused residents whereby they are receiving two final tax bills. And it is very difficult from an administrative standpoint to process those tax bills and the additional flow through. And that is all to say you are still allowed and able to make amendments to a budget anytime throughout the year. Sometimes we may ask that it just doesn't have a tax levy impact, that it is in essence funded from reserves. So you can still, you can still approve new initiatives, new projects throughout the year which have no tax levy impact. They don't trigger the in-year amendment process. They would be funded from reserves. Or if it is brought to council's attention through a quarterly update that we have found efficiencies within the department, council, do you wish to reallocate some of that budget to another service that may be needing it for a one-time? Could be indefinitely as well, but you can make those in-year amendments to the budget as long as it's not impacting tax levy, and these type of adjustments can occur after a tax rate is passed as well because they don't require any additional levy.
So the wording you've used in that last bullet point is shall not, shall not. That means legally we can't do it. Do you mean that legally we can't do that, or you'd prefer that we didn't because of the confusion around the tax levy?
Through you, it is not explicitly said in the legislation. It is strong practice by every municipality that does have strong mayors that you do not do it after. But there is canvassing of the government to have that included in the legislation that is ongoing right now. At the end of all of this, if there are amendments, there will be a treasurer's report. Sorry, next slide. A treasurer's report outlining those amendments. So it would show where we started, what are those amendments, what impact do they have on our different revenue sources. So you will have that. It likely will not be presented until a January meeting, just to ensure that we've covered the 30 days. And if there is additional amendments and vetoes, it may get that presentation of that report may be pushed to a February meeting as the January 18th is potentially the last day we could have an adopted budget. But as soon as we do have an adopted budget, staff will work on presenting that at the next available council meeting. We still will have our annual interim tax levy bylaw that gets presented at the first meeting in January. This is the bylaw which says interim taxes are 50% of the prior year levy, and it will set the due dates for those interim taxes. And then council, you are still who is responsible for setting the tax rate bylaw. In order to have that final tax rate bylaw passed, we do have to wait for the county to set their annual tax ratios. We are still in a transition on the tax ratios to move multi-residential tax ratio to be equivalent to residential. We are fortunate we don't have much for multi-residential in comparison to our other assessments, which we will look at later today. That the act of that transition in a ratio to move it towards residential has a very minimal impact to our tax rate, being approximately 0.01%. So unless the county is to start a new initiative around their tax ratios, which I have not heard about, we are likely going to see the number that is presented today will be extremely close to the final tax rate impact.
Sorry if I made on the previous slide, Sam, the last two bullet points seem to be in contradiction to each other because it's saying we have to authorize and pass the final levy bylaw, but the next one says we can't change it anyway. So I'm just pointing out the obvious ridiculousness of the strong mayor powers.
I'll just marriage from here.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just did, while we were sitting here, I did a quick check on the delegation of the organizational structure. And so you're right, the decision of the mayor was to delegate the organizational structure and hiring decisions to the CAO. And then an add-on at the bottom of that was in consultation with the mayor. So I just wanted to be really clear about that because I think your question, Councillor Coburn, was, does the decisions come back to council? That's not necessarily the way it is, but I think we can have some conversation about, certainly I'm not going to be making big decisions without consultation with the mayor as described. I guess the conversation is more about, so are we going to bring those all back to council? And that's really, that's, your question was, are all decisions coming back to council? Well, not necessarily. So I just wanted to really put that out there and make sure we're not skating over that and leaving the room with the idea that, well, all organizational structures come back to council.
So could the mayor, maybe this is your question, could you have, rather than, what's the word I'm looking for? Not authorize, but delegate that power to the CAO with you,
That was one of the-
consultation with you? Could it have been in consultation with council?
I don't think that was one of the options. Was it one of the options? Why did we not go with that?
I mean, that can always be changed if that's something that you feel would
Yeah, I was
be in
thinking
line
it-
with the denouncement of strong mayor powers.
It could either be to just the CAO or the CAO and mayor, so.
So my intention of raising that isn't to derail our process tonight. It's really just to shine a light on that and say, just so we're clear about what that is. I mean, we can revisit that if we want to revisit it. The next piece is we could, in the interim, I mean, in consultation with the mayor, might mean, you know, I think if in our consultation, we're talking about making a move, you recommend maybe your report has to go to council over this. So, I mean, in the interim, I don't think anything, there's no need for something insidious to happen in between. I think I'm just shining a light on that. So I think it's safe to say we're not going to make any, there wouldn't be any structure changes without a report to council in the interim. And maybe we have a look at that piece of a strong mayor decision in the future. I don't want to totally derail today.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. The only thing is, that has the potential to impact our budget significantly because we all know that salaries account for a huge part of our budget. And we've seen this happen in the past with at least one former CAO where changes to the org chart have been made with, and this is before strong mayor powers even. So now we're setting ourselves up for even more of that to potentially occur with the wording of the current, is it a bylaw? Or I don't know what was passed that says the mayor in consultation with the CAO. I just want us to be aware of that because we've seen this happen.
It's a mayoral decision, but it's not necessarily a bylaw. Oh, sorry.
That's okay, go ahead, yeah.
So I would need some help on this, and I really didn't want us to leave without clarity, so I brought it up, but I don't want to derail our treasurer's performance, not performance presentation. Performance/presentation.
Not dancing for
Yeah,
y'all.
no, I wasn't sure we had planned for later. Sorry for the levity, I think it helped. So from a budget standpoint, though, we have an approved budget. So I don't think we would be able to make organizational structures outside the approved budget. So our budget wouldn't increase because there wouldn't be the opportunity to hire in excess of the budget. But I can appreciate what you may be saying is, well, the structure's changing without me understanding that. And, you know, I don't know what you're referring to, but if a possibility that you may mean is if pieces are moving in terms of position becomes a director, it may not affect this year's budget, but then it has an effect on a future year after a review and things like that. So apologies for bringing this forward. I didn't want us to leave without clarity. I think there's some conversation to have after today about this.
think the thing I would add there is, even though we have that in place now, as my direction, that can change with any mayor and can change at any time throughout the term by the mayor. So that's something to be aware of. And I've asked if there's a way we could get ourselves in a spot where that can't change and we can't.
No, I totally understand that, but all we can do is put in place what we can as a council to have some assurances that council still has a voice. Individual council members still have a voice. And so yes, it can be changed at any time without notice at the mayor's discretion, but yeah, I think there are ways that we can mitigate anything happening that council may not feel is appropriate.
Thank you. Moving into some general township updates. Our next slide shows the parts of an annual budget. So this image is meant to show there are typically three major parts of a budget, being your operating, capital, and reserves. All three of them work together. So our operating, it can be funded from your tax levy, operating grants, user fees, investment income, and it's typically used to fund your core services and going into your reserves to fund then your capital. So capital, you're typically funded from capital grants, your reserves, or you may potentially take on debt, and it's used to purchase your capital. Now, not every reserve is a capital reserve. When we redid our reserve and reserve fund policy, we introduced some more stabilization reserves that have the operating impact. So reserves, they can be used to fund capital projects or core services, and they can be funded from operations typically. We don't see capital funding reserves necessarily. Reserves are typically funded from operations, which is your taxes levied for reserves. Your reserve and reserve fund policy also allow for different departmental surpluses to be transferred into specific reserves. So we have our environmental stabilization reserve. So that reserve is meant to use against major environmental issues that may occur, such as a winter storm. If we continue to have winter storms like what we did, we have the environmental stabilization reserve to smooth in some of those impacts so that we don't see drastically changing fluctuations within our tax levy for winter control.
Sam, is that the one where we're taking a percentage of any surplus at the end of the year? No, I'm getting that mixed up with something else.
That through you, that would be our climate change reserve.
Okay.
So they are two separate reserves. We do have as well today our service alignment chart. It does look slightly different than the October meeting. I'm not sure if we're able to pull it up on the screen, but I believe it is also printed. We're trying to incorporate different ways, incorporate our strategic plan in different ways into not only your budget, but in everything that we are doing. So our strategic plan saw that the township has 4 major pillars, being service, enhancing service delivery, infrastructure, enhancing environment and infrastructure, opportunity, empowering communities, people, our workforce development. So we have a list of what some different services the township provide. It is maybe not an exhaustive list. This is our first attempt at trying to persuade to the public what it is that Georgian Bluffs does and why we do it. Because for many members of the public, if we were to say development and infrastructure, they don't necessarily know what that means. They would be more inclined to know a bit about what does building permits mean, or what does investing in our sidewalks mean. So we're trying to give that different perspective to just demonstrate and show what Georgian Bluffs does and why we are doing it, and linking it to our strategic plan in doing so.
I love this chart. I don't love the spelling of climate.
Oh, sorry.
Second blue box.
Apologies.
Feminine. But I think this is really helpful for folks to take a look, because I think they're even confused about what we do compared to provincial and federal. So I think this is really great.
That's actually the verb. That's the change we do is climate. No.
Oh, you're trying to give me credit there. Spelling mistake.
Really
Okay.
laughed with my note.
Through you, in relation to the other diagram you had mentioned, that is something that our leadership team is working on preparing for materials. It wasn't ready for today, but in essence, I hope when I use the term Venn diagram, people are aware of what I'm talking about, that we're looking at a Venn diagram style presentation or material to show what does the county do, what does the province do, what does Georgian Bluffs do, where do they overlap and overline. So we are working on that as well to be a material for the public information and future budget cycles. Next, we have a bit of information around our assessment and growth. So this is as of October 31st. There may be a couple slight administrative changes that are coming between that and when we get our formal roll book. It is the formal roll book that we use when we're determining the tax rate. There may, again, be some differences in it, some adjustments that MPACT may be doing. However, that is an MPACT responsibility to be doing. I know these are a lot of numbers. Some of the growth that you are seeing or the decrease in growth that you are seeing is not necessarily new growth. It may be some properties are moving between different tax classes. So when I'm saying that, managed forest, for example, it does not necessarily mean that we have new areas of managed forest. It may be a property owner didn't realize that their property was eligible for managed forest in the past. So it could be a reallocation from residential assessment to managed forest assessment. The farm, you'll see a decrease. That does not necessarily mean there is less farm. Some properties maybe didn't, for whatever reason, have their compliance completed for being eligible for the farm tax rate. They are required to have a certain amount of income from their farm property. So if they didn't meet that threshold, they may have been removed and moved into residential assessment. So the decrease in farm does not necessarily mean there's less farmland. It just may be those shifts. And those shifts happen regulatory throughout the year. We regularly are getting information from MPACT about properties moving in and out of different incentive programs. Overall, you will see that our assessment growth has been 1.04%, taking into account the exempt. If we are to remove that exempt property, your growth on taxable assessment has increased to 1.05. Recognizing numbers are not everyone's favorite, we're trying to have different ways of showing your assessment. So this graph, the pie chart, sorry, you'll see a lot of your assessment is residential. So major shifts in your tax levy are typically borne by your residential population. You'll see multi-residential, it's next to nothing. We do have some commercial, some industrial, but we still don't have much. Those two bodies are the ones that typically do have larger tax ratios, that they have the higher tax rates associated with it. But we don't have much for that assessment. So ultimately it is the residential that is bearing majority of the costs associated with your tax levy.
Can I ask a question about farm? So with the farm diversification that we're seeing, so they may have an on-site business that is unrelated to farm. Is that tax rate, is that split into commercial and farming, or is it all just under farming for that property?
So through you, it is regular to have a business such as that or property such as that likely might have 3 assessments associated with it. If there is a house, a residential house assessment, there is at least 1 acre of that property that is assessed, plus the home is assessed at residential. The commercial portion would be assessed as commercial, and then the remainder would be assessed as your farm. So we have multiple properties that have multiple assessment and tax classes assigned to each one. It's not necessarily in one for each individual property. You can have 2 or 3. Outstanding debt. We don't have much debt anymore. We will have 2 loans that are paid off by the end of this year. We may see in the beginning of 2026 some catch-up interest payments, but otherwise they are fully paid. We do have our Y recreation loan that will continue until December 2027. Annual repayment limit. So this is what the government limits your annual principal and interest repayments. It is not necessarily how much debt you can take on, it's just how much you can repay each year. Staff will be working on a debt policy over the coming year, which will outline how much of that capacity are you allowed to use. It may look at what types of services can be allocated a different amount of that capacity, or does council wish to have a portion of that capacity to be for water specifically, that is funded from the water user systems? Is it you want a portion for capital purposes, a portion for operating purposes? We will look at setting some parameters around that debt capacity and how much debt we are going to use of that. Although you are allowed to have almost $4 million in principal and interest repayments every year, that would mean for a 25-year loan, you'd have $47.6 million of debt. If it was a 15-year loan, that decreases that to $35.75 million of debt. Those are big numbers of debt. This annual repayment limit can fluctuate year to year, that you would never want to be close to that top. As your treasurer, I'd be itching if you were hitting the 50% mark, because you're still very close, and that is a lot of debt to have taken on.
I could comment, I think the county keeps theirs at 25%
Of the annual repayment limit, to not go beyond that 25%.
Staff will be doing some investigating, seeing what other municipalities do have to present a policy for council's consideration that will set some of that thresholds. We do have various active municipal grants. So Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, there are 4 components under which this fund you may receive. We receive funding under our rural communities component and the Northern Rural Fiscal Community Circumstances Grant. I'm happy to let this council know our amount did increase for 2026 to be $1,032,800. That's a 9.64% increase over what we had received for 2025. That is due to the province initiative of trying to have increase over a phased in period, the funding provided to municipalities by $600 million. So we are in year 1 of that phase in. I don't recall off the top of my head how many years the phased in is supposed to be. So we may receive additional funding in coming years as well, but.
Councilor Weathers, go ahead.
If I may, for you, Mayor, that's the one that was just advertised a week or so ago in the media. And then the question I have is, Georgian Bluffs was on the lower end of all of that. Is there a reason for that?
Through you, I am limited in what the information I can get from them around the allocation. They do have different calculations that they look into. One of the components is number of households and median income of those households. We do have a higher median income within Grey County than our comparators. That may be a contributing factor. I can continue to see what information I can get from them, but typically it's a very high level.
I appreciate that. It was just, went through that chart and, we're at the bottom end of that and the reason for it. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Day?
I just wanted to echo Councilor Winter's question, because I also noticed how low we were compared to other municipalities in there. And previously, we talked about how that might have to do with not having a completed asset management plan. That is a different grant.
That is a different grant.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the clarity.
That is actually the next grant that we have there, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. So this is a capital grant that we receive, which is linked to our asset management plan. So each year we do have to submit something around what is our replacement cost, what is our asset funding cost that we do have. Although we are, I believe it is 42% funded for our annual requirements, there are a lot of municipalities that are lower. So that unfortunately, us being at 42%, which still is low, it does impact because there are many municipalities, some of which are even at 5%. So that is where that asset management plan aspect comes in. So it's great that we are funded, however, that does hinder a bit of our eligibility in what we are receiving for OCIF, because they do try to allocate it out to those who are in worse situations than us, but it's not to say we're in a good situation by any means. The next grant that we do have, this is a one-time grant from FCM, so that's the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and we are specifically receiving grants under our Green Municipal Fund initiatives. And the project that it is for our whole built-in monitoring. We are just wrapping up our reporting period, and then the results of that reporting will be used into future facilities master plans and the future uses of our buildings, and will be incorporated into that. We do also receive funds under the Canada Community Building Fund. This is the former gas tax fund. This funding allows local communities to make strategic investments in essential infrastructure such as roads, bridges, public transit, drinking water and wastewater infrastructure, and recreational facilities. This is another grant that is tied to our asset management plan. So we have seen a bit of a decline in our grant funding for this one because of our better than some, but still not good asset management plan situation, and our annual requirements being 42% fulfilled.
This is not one that the federal government is proposing to increase as well.
For you, that is on the table. I can't guarantee what our allocation of that would be, if we would actually even see any. Our next grant is the Community Sports and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. We were successful in our application for that, so we do have, is it 6 projects? 6 projects that we will be completing through that. The grant does fund 50% of the total budget, with Georgian Bluffs funding the remaining 50%. The last grant that we have here is the Community Emergency Preparedness Grant. This is the grant that Council directed us to apply. We have submitted for our road closure trailers. We are in the waiting period to hear if we are successful in our application or not.
When is the expected response date on that one?
I believe they have said early spring, but they have a way of sometimes releasing it earlier or potentially later. So we will stay tuned.
Go ahead.
The Community Sports and Recreation Infrastructure Fund, is this a yearly thing, and is there a top out to the 50% that the government will pay?
For you, yes, the program was structured that the stream that we applied under, being stream 1 for rehabilitation of current facilities, the program was maxed at 50%. Our letter has that we are going to be receiving the $825,000, which represents the full amount that we had applied for. So the $825,000 is what the grant will pay. We are responsible for the remaining $825,000.
And that's yearly?
Not necessarily yearly, it is a specific grant program. It does end March of 2027, I believe, that we have to have the projects completed by then. And I may be slightly wrong in March opposed to a different.
The $825,000 portion that's ours, though, was in the 2025 budget, was it not?
So the business plan requests for 2025 had shown our reserves as we were fully funding it because we didn't know at the time we were successful in the grant. So now when we get to our reserves, you'll see a lift of that hold on the reserves for the grant portion because we now know the grant will be paying for 50%. So our reserve summary that we see later in today's materials will only have the 50% that we are responsible for. We have different times where we're talking about CPI, Consumer Price Index, but not everyone may know what CPI is or what that means. So CPI is a measure of inflation that tracks the average change over time in prices paid by consumers for a basket of goods and services because we use the all goods as a catch-all. So they are 8 major components. Those components are food and beverage, housing, apparel, transportation, medical care, recreation, education and communication, and then they have their catch-all other as well, being the 8th. The base year when we're looking at CPI was 2002, where that is when your index was 100. So everything is in comparison to, in essence, 2002 dollars. So the October 2025 had not been released yet. It still has not when I looked this morning. Typically it comes out anytime between now and the 20th of the following month. September's, we were saying over that from October of the previous year, a 1.6% increase in CPI. We're looking at CPI compared to our historical residential tax rate increases. CPI increases from October 2020 to September 2025 were 19.58%. Our municipal tax rate increases for 21 to 2026 are estimated to be 28.04. However, when we look at the combined rate increases for 2021 to 2025, that drops to 16.7. So yes, at the municipal side, we are slightly above what that of CPI has been. When we're looking at our combined tax rate though, we are below CPI. That is partially because education rates have not changed over the last few years. And the county rates typically, although we are saying ours is estimated at 4.76, the overall is likely to go down to about a 3 depending on where the county lands and what education is determined to be. So our municipal may be slightly higher, yes, but we should look at the combined there because that's the overall impact to the resident, taking into account the county and education contributions.
Okay.
What did you say was the municipal combined for those years combined, the increase?
Including the estimated 2026, it's 28.04. And some of that is impacted by different shifts within the tax ratios. So it's not always a straight shot. We do have the tax ratios that also play a factor within our tax rate.
And do we know, we often hear for the year, if we increase the levy by a certain amount, this is how many dollars it's going to mean for the average household in Georgian Bluffs. I'm always curious because we hear that every year. I'm always curious to know, okay, what does that mean overall for that average household in Georgian Bluffs from 2021 to current? So that would be an easy thing to figure out given you have the increases for all those years. Is that correct?
Once we have the 2026 final tax rate, yes, we can.
So we would be able to get that data? Yeah, thank you.
Are there any questions on the information that you've seen thus far that haven't been answered? Next, we are moving to the presentation of our 2026 mayor's budgets. I would ask if the mayor has any words she wishes to say before we discuss.
I do. So first, I would thank everyone for being here today. It's nice to be all together to be able to work through this process. And thank you to staff for everything that you've done to get us to this point in time. So I'm pleased to present the 2026 mayor's budget, a budget that continues to reflect our commitment to strong financial management, investment in our community, and transparent governance. This year, my goal was to maintain the consistent and collaborative process that our council and community have come to expect, while meeting the new legislative requirements introduced through the Strong Mayor framework. We have worked hard to keep the budget process as familiar as possible, from engaging the community through our services survey to building the base budget to the review of the budget requests. Every step has been guided by past practice, adapted thoughtfully to align with the new rules and responsibilities. I want to thank our treasurer along with all staff for your diligence and flexibility in preparing this year's budget within the updated regulatory environment. It's truly been a team effort, and it seemed like a moving target at times, the way government changes. In this budget, you'll see a focus on our infrastructure needs, alignment with our corporate strategic plan, and continued investment in the core services that matter most to our residents. Council has emphasized the importance of keeping the tax increase to no more than 5%, and I'm pleased to confirm that this budget meets that direction. Through strategic use of reserves and careful planning, we are addressing inflationary pressures and emerging priorities while protecting affordability for our community. Throughout this process, we've also maintained focus on long-term sustainability, investments in asset management, software modernization, and reserve contributions that ensure we're not only meeting today's needs, but planning responsibly for tomorrow. So thank you again to everyone who played a part in bringing us to this point, and I look forward to the continued discussions and questions today as we work together to finalize this budget.
We're going to start by having just some assumptions that are included. That they still can be changed today, but we also have some strong reserve policies now that allow for that flexibility in case insurance doesn't see an actual 5% decrease. We have reserve policies that we can utilize responsibility to account for any, if that increases more, that decrease is less than we anticipate. So we do have flexibility within that we are in a very good spot with that. Some of these assumptions that we do have is our waste collection levy, limiting it to 1.5%. That was council direction from a report received earlier in this year around the changes to deal with waste. When approving your asset management plan, you were approving a 1.5% capital levy that was included as a recommendation within that report. It has been included in this budget. As you have 2 loans that have been repaid, we've removed the principal and interest payments on those loans. OPP, we do not know what our final amount will be that we're required to contribute to that. However, the ministry has provided correspondence that the ministry is capping an increase to be 11%, so that is what we have included here. OPP detachment board that you participate in, they have received and endorsed their budget. It has been included in here. It is although it says 8%, it is an $800 increase. It sounds like a large percent of a small dollar amount. Cemetery services, yes, we know that there will be some increases in our annual contracts. However, as we are having lower available funds, the offsetting increase should be deep. She'll have a nil impact due to that usage component. Insurance, we have implemented the decrease of 5% as was communicated by our insurance account executive at our October meeting. Property taxes, for any properties on which we pay taxes, we have estimated a 5% increase to be in line with the direction that was no more than 5. Ontario Clean Water Agency, unfortunately, council, you had not seen the agreement yet. I believe it is for your discussion and presentation at Wednesday's meeting. We have inputted and used those rates that are included in that agreement for the purposes of this budget. South Bruce Peninsula Fire. It's a big increase. We have been speaking to South Bruce Peninsula. We do have an agreement with them that we are to pay a portion of their departmental expenditures for providing fire services based on our call volume over the last 5 years. Our call volume for their services has increased over the last 5 years, so there is a rather large increase. South Bruce Peninsula has also had budgetary pressures in maintaining compliance with the new legislation under the Fire Prevention Act, being that volunteers must be certified FP1 and FP2. Please don't ask me what that means, as I cannot elaborate more than that, but there is new training requirements under that is required. So they've seen some pressures around their budget in maintaining that, their budget increases plus our call volume increases. Plus we pay a 25% non-resident surcharge on our fees that we pay. So there is large increases there. We do have in 2025, staff have highlighted the deficit that we are going to have to pull from the reserve to fund our 2025 contributions. So we're trying to catch it up and have it be the number that we think it should be. I've been speaking to my counterpart at that municipality. They've advised that their budget does include the same amount as a revenue source as what we are proposing here.
What is the 52% in terms of dollars of the budget?
And when is that contract up for renewal?
In relation to the first question, it is $62,000 increase in budget. In relation to the second, I don't have that data.
I would have said we're 3 to 4 years into that contract, but it could be wrong. Councillor Winters, did you have your hand up?
No,
Okay, sorry. I could just see movement there behind Tobin and I, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Do we have a similar agreement with Meaford, or is that more just a mutual aid arrangement, like with fire?
So through you,
Don't we also?
we have a joint
Meaford owns
operation
25% of ITFD.
Right, okay, so there's no change in that arrangement or that,
We have received the preliminary budget materials for the library, which does see Georgian Bluff's contribution increasing by 11.05%.
So I think there's 3 different levels of that one coming, and from speaking to Mayor Mackey yesterday, presented to them was 3 different budgets really. So one was, I think for them 10.5, we're 11.05. There was a 7% option and a 4% option. So I think we're going to see something coming different there. Councillor Day, do you know?
I was hoping to speak a
Yeah,
little bit
go ahead.
to this one because the board requested that the staff prepare different budgets to reflect different scenarios for the future. And the 3 different budgets only affect staffing. They don't fully address a need for increase in funding in collections. And with the lowest tax increase, it would mean a loss of hours for the library. With the highest, with 11.5, it would mean a long requested or perceived need for an additional staff person would be
included, which would allow the library to maintain the same hours. And I just, at our last board meeting, we talked about a couple of things that I thought might be relevant. One was what is called the librarian's axiom. I did a little bit of research because I know that people really like data around the table, which I completely understand. And I started looking into this statement that got used, that library use goes up when times are tough at the library board meeting, and looking for some data to support that. I don't have specific data with me here today, but it's because there was so much of it. They're looking at data that goes back to the early parts of the 1900s, looking at data increase, or looking at library increased usage during difficult times. Things, just access to computers and internets for job searches is I made use of that during a transitory period in my life, and there's some need for that. There's also the increasing social needs that the library helps provide just based on their location. And previously we talked about possible partnerships with social services, and that is something the library has looked into. Nadia looked into that quite deeply and determined that it works with larger libraries with more space and staff. And there's no private space available in the library for that kind of social work to occur, and would also need a liaison position that the library staffing cannot provide at this point in time. And to hire, say, a college student on a placement, you need to have a proper supervisor with social service training. So there's a lot of barriers that would be discovered looking at that as a possible way of meeting some of the social needs the library is providing. Looking specifically at Georgian Bluffs and usership, the library hasn't been able to track what Georgian Bluffs residents use, and that is something they could do if they had more staff hours. Like if Georgian Bluffs residents are using the digital collections or the in-person collections. The digital collections actually cost 3 to 4 times the cost of physical books because publishers use digital collections as ways of generating profit in a tough time for the print industry. So a library could purchase a physical book for a one-time cost and have it for the duration of that physical book's life. But the digital collections have to be renewed periodically. So they'll hire, it costs more and they have to be renewed. And finally, there were arguments from the board about how if there's an equity issue that we can help address here. Libraries are accessible to many people in our society, and not cutting hours during a tough economic time felt significant to the board members. And so I figured I'd bring all that information today because I know that is a basic number and there's a lot of other big numbers up there as well to balance. And I'd be happy to take other questions back to the library board in December. I know Tim is also interested in coming and presenting to us as well.
Yes.
Councillor Short.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, the two numbers that jumped out at me were the fire increase and the library increase. So I guess I'll have Sam, what does the dollar figure here represent for us?
The library dollar amount is $29,500.
For council's information, the agreement with the Southwest Peninsula Choir has expired in 2026. So it will be up for renewal at that time.
So I'd like to ask some questions about the library as well. I think we all see the value in a library. But we also have to balance that with our commitment to our ratepayers and how much in dollar amounts, how much is being paid for staff salaries in a year at the library? And if they're talking about hiring another staff person, I would, as a board member, which I'm not, I would want to know what justifies that additional position. Is the usage increased so much that body is needed in order to manage the extra volume? I think we all have to make a commitment to cost containment, and that doesn't mean we're anti-library, because we're not. It just means that we're acting on behalf of the ratepayers that ultimately have to pay a little bit more here, a little bit more there, a little bit more there.
I can do my best, but I can also pass that question on to the board, and when Tim arrives, he'll have a better answer with his much more direct contact with the library. There is very bare bones at the moment for staffing, and there's a lot of pressure on the staff, and also but I might let Tim take a better stab at that one next week. But just to make sure I have the right questions, what justifies the need for another person at the library is your big question. And I feel like there was a second one that
There
didn't
would,
write
I
down
would
as
like
well.
to know how much is currently being paid in salaries per year for the library.
So I'm just taking a quick look at the next week's presentation. And it is showing wages and benefits would be, the proposed would be 1.783. Current 2025 was 1.635. And that, of course, splitting out to, it doesn't split it out to each municipality, but Tim will have those numbers. Because we'll be able to break that out further.
I do actually.
You got a question?
Yeah, I think I do
Go
have a
ahead.
question, yeah. Did they give you the 3% that they were looking at? I know Chadwick mentioned 4, 7, and 10.
Yeah.
What do our numbers look like if we know those percentages? I know this is the top end, right? This is the top end, I understand, to have their full staff, get their complement of people. There was another, according to what I heard yesterday, anyway, there was 2 other scenarios of percentages. Yeah. I just was curious what that was too. We'll know next week.
We'll know, yeah, I'm not a both numbers in my brain kind of person, to be confident, to get very specific numbers in conversations like this, but the difference will only affect so I think it'll be better to either for me to look that up and come back to you, or to get that information.
And I think we're okay. I think we're probably okay, Councillor Day. We're going to know next week anyway on it. But I want to believe what we heard from Chad yesterday. There was a status quo number percentage.
Which was the 4.
So
Right.
I believe the 4 involves the cutting of the hours.
Yes, yes. So maybe just a heads up to Tim that those are some of the questions that we're going to be asking next week, so that he comes prepared with answers for us.
Not sure if there's more questions with the library. Just asking more. I'm still thinking a little bit about the fire increase, and I also perceive that as a very obviously important need within our community, and I just also 51.67 is a very large increase. So are there, at some point in time, given that the contract is negotiated in 2026, are there options we can explore that will ensure we still have fire services within an affordable range? Unfortunately, I think the basis of 2026 will be limited in what we're able to find efficiencies on in 2026. However, as we're going to be having negotiations, if there are negotiations, that is also a potential to ensure that we have fire services in that northern part. We may be exploring other options. I can't speak to what those may be, but that would not come into play necessarily until 2027 from a financial perspective. But there needs to be something for fire services in that. I'm also not sure if there's maybe something within our fire master plan that speaks to that.
I've been on that board before, but I don't profess to be an expert by any stretch. But if it means terminating our relationship with South Bruce Peninsula and doing it in-house, we're probably going to end up seeing a greater increase in our budget. Because now you got to have a station closer to. You have to have the equipment readily available at that part of the municipality, and that's going to be way more than probably what we see here. We're also talking about life and death. right? So there's, you know, it's 52% is a great increase. But when you weigh it with the importance of that service, that sheds a little different light, I think, on that particular one.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to echo Councillor Coburn's points, and your own, the geography is important. I think what we're getting at is a sort of a perceived fairness. If there was a way to know how many partners they have and that we're taking on the right amount, I think it would be easier to reconcile, that we feel good about the dollar value spent there. But nonetheless, I think that there's no options. It just would make us all and our ratepayers feel like we're holding up our share. If it was, let's say, 50% of the increased cost of delivering fire, and we represent, 10% of the calls that they make, it doesn't seem fair, let's say. But if we found out, for example, that they have no other partners, and that the inflationary costs of extra certifications and so forth is astronomical, and here we are, paying a fraction of that. I think it would be easier to, like I say, to explain to ratepayers.
If I may, I totally echo everybody's concerns. It's still far cheaper to partner with Southbridge than it is on our own. But if I may ask the treasurer, what is the total value per year we paid it? We'll have paid in 2025 or 2024. Just to put it in perspective, it's a $60,000 increase. But I'm assuming it's still less than $200,000, or it's still cheaper than buying a fire truck. It's still cheaper than putting up a
105,000 somewhere around there,
Yeah.
because it's 125,000 somewhere around it.
So for you, the 2026 budget number for our South Bruce Peninsula contribution is estimated to be 162,000.
And I know the agreement was written
Or
years
82,000.
ago in the context that, they have costs that they need to incur to supply us the service, and to make it fair, it has to be on a value based on what their costs have been over the last 5 years. But look back at the last number of years and look how many structure fires there have been. In the Legion fire, there was one at Shepherd Lake, and you start looking at the structure fires, it's been abnormally high in the last few years, which I think is what drives this, but.
I think the last change to that contract had them asking us to be paying a portion toward their capital. Because prior to that, we were paying just for them going out to the fire, but we weren't contributing anything to the capital requirements that they had to provide that service. Councillor Day?
I just wanted to make it clear that my question was just based on wanting to understand the financial situation more, not in that I didn't perceive fire services to be incredibly.
Of course.
Just seeing everything.
Yep.
Read the room, Sam, read the room.
He's trying.
If I say something, someone else do it. The next one that we have is Gray Sawmill Conservation Authority. We have a proposed increase of 3.4% for our contribution to that. That was based off of direct information that was provided to staff at the October meeting, that's where their budget was sitting at that time. I'm not sure if there have been further amendments, adjustments to that, but we have included at least a 3.4% increase to account for some of that.
I could, go ahead. I guess my question would be, in light of what the government's just announced about conservation authorities, are we still working with Gray Sawmill, or when are they implementing that major change? Or thinking of?
I don't know, I don't have the answer, I don't know that Councillor Day has the answer either, but as we sit here today, we're actually missing a portion of the meeting giving us the updates. Conservation Authority actually asked us to log in today to give us more updates on what's going on with the province. So that information, as we sit here today, is unknown.
I do feel like this was a recent announcement that needs to be commented on, and there, I think by January, nothing will have changed moving into the 2026 budget year. I think 2027 should be a very different scenario, but that is just me reading the media and the limited information that I have, so.
Yeah, I thought that was open for comment until December 22nd?
And things do seem to.
Yeah, right around the holiday.
That was exactly the same question I was going to ask. It would be nice to get the link for commenting, and if someone can provide us with that. I also hope that the consolidation of conservation authorities will result in some efficiencies, because that's why we see consolidation and amalgamations of these government bodies. So if we can maintain the same level of service and it costs the ratepayers less, then I think that's maybe not bad thing.
Just catching up, you would like a link for commenting as well as you wanted to keep the costs low for this? Just to pass.
I mean, I think that's unfair. I think the 3.4% is likely reasonable. I'm just talking about the amalgamation that's coming down from the province, and my thoughts are, again, like anything, if we go more regionally, there can be efficiencies for the taxpayers and reducing duplication. So I don't personally necessarily see it as a bad thing, as long as it's done in a way to preserve service levels and can save us some money and some efficiency in terms of getting things done, time and manner. Those are just my own thoughts.
The next assumption that we do have included is Inter-Township Fire Department. The board has endorsed their budget. It did see a 3.68% increase. That was largely driven from salaries and benefits, as well as maintaining the 3% capital levy isn't the right word, contribution. It was also highlighted with the board that in our 10-year plan around infrastructure, there is a large missing asset being the building. There is more information that the board will need to discuss, as well as our council need to consider around what the fire department is, what services they are providing, and some of that will come out of the fire master plan when we are going from now into the future. So there will be some more discussions, not only at our council level, but also at a board level to address that.
CAO, do you have a comment there?
No comment, you covered it. I was just gonna add, so you will see the fire master report come to council from the consultant in January.
Draft fire master plan.
The next assumption that we do have, biodigester. Unfortunately, we were not able to convene that board prior to today's meeting. So we have included a no change in our contribution to the biodigester for 2026 budget purposes. The board will be receiving a few options in relation to a budget. I can't advise this council what the board's decision will be until they have that discussion. So to maintain status quo, we are proposing a no change at the Georgia Plus level. And then we do have some general CPI increases. I recognized in a couple slides ago, we had said CPI was sitting at 1.6%. That was CPI as of September. We don't know what it's done in October. So we are trying to keep a bit of a cushion. So the increases, when we're talking about a CPI increase, we have used around 2% for that. Some departments in which we've used that general CPI increase are animal control, your road maintenance programs, so your loose top, hard top, roadside safety, winter control, and annual cost of living adjustments.
I want to go back to the OPP, which should be police, not policy, up in the top right. The 11% increase equates to how much is that again?
It is a service contract increase of $191,525.
So I just wanna, I'm on the board, so I wear two hats, but I always wear the hat of the ratepayer when I sit on a board, 100%. The policing service that we get is great, but the increases that we've been seeing are startling. And if there's anything we could be delegating at conferences about, it might be this one. I know that we've probably done that or partnered with that in the past. It's something that our board has talked about, but boards can't delegate, so it has to be the municipality that delegates. I do also need to talk about the Gravelers OPP detachment board increase of 8%. And I'm hoping Brittany will be able to help me out here, Carly, as well. So again, I wear two hats. I'm a board member, but I'm also a member of Georgian Bluffs Council on that board. A significant part of our budget, which is a small budget, but a significant part of our budget is staff time. We have budgeted a certain amount, but there's a strong sense that what we've budgeted is not actually covering the cost of staff time. And this is me being fully transparent to council because it makes me feel uncomfortable. But there is a sense that Georgian Bluffs, who has assumed the administrative and clerical roles for that board, is actually incurring a greater cost than what's being budgeted for. That's being split amongst 9 municipalities. I want you all to know that because I don't want to keep anything secret from this council, but it puts me in a very awkward position at that board. So I'm just going to put that out there and leave it at that, just so that you're all aware. But happy to answer any questions about that as well.
What is the total amount of that board budget?
The board's budget or Georgian Bluffs' contribution to the board? I just want to make sure.
Both.
Georgian Bluffs 2026 contribution is $10,800. The total board's budget is $102,200. I do want to add just a comment around the staffing component. Staff had advised the board that throughout 2026, we're going to be tracking hours more diligently to make sure that for future budgets, we do have that right allocation and that right salary and benefits number for the board in the board's budget. So we will be taking care of that. 2025 was an odd year in the operation of it, and still trying to sort through and figure out what actually the staff time and component is for the board. So being at a bit of a more stable, still not completely stable, we can at least see and start tracking. We've started tracking at the beginning of this month, and we're trying to aim for a 6-month period to have a bit of that cyclical nature that may be occurring. So we can have a more firm number and have some data behind what is that number actually supposed to be. Right now, we do budget half of a full-time equivalent that the board pays for. Georgian Bluffs does pay for the other half. We don't know that half is correct.
So is the board still meeting as often? My understanding was in that first year, it would need to meet monthly, but that once it was through that first inaugural year, it would go to quarterly meetings.
I don't mind answering that question. We're still meeting monthly, and we have to.
Yep.
Because we're behind. We're behind in policies. We're behind in board functioning. We're behind in, we're supposed to be engaging the public to get their sense across the municipalities for what the policing needs are. That is supposed to feed into the local action plan. We have done no community engagement at all yet. And so we're still going to be in a transition year into 2026 as well. We hope to get to the point where we're meeting the required minimum time of 4 times a year, I think it is, but we're not there yet. We're still behind in policies. The Ontario Association of Police Services Boards has just issued a document describing what our minimum policies ought to be, and staff are working super hard on that. I know they are, but we're still lagging.
I think just to add to that, I have not I'm not confident enough to say that this is what's happening, but my observation so far, looking at this, would be the need to track the data is really important because we need to bring that back to you. I also think that in addition to tracking the time spent, we need to track the work required. So I see a collision here about time spent and jobs requested. So I think that Councillor Colburn's point is perfectly well made, that I think it appears that the committee is looking for policy development, policy creation, and if that work is coming at a Georgian Bluffs administrative level, then the budget's not going to meet that need. So we'll be coming back to a conversation with you about that. I also think that part of our conversation needs to be with coordinating with the ministry to say what are the expectations and what are the rules here, because I can see a collision of, like I said, policy development and administration. If the role of Georgian Bluffs is to provide a governance staff person, governance meaning execution of meetings and gathering information and distribution, that's one thing. If it's more about administration of policy creation and research and more detail like that, that's going to come at a significant expense.
Can I just ask why each OPP board is creating their own policies?
That's exactly what I was just gonna say. There is no need.
No,
Perth has one, different groups have them, they're all there. And we can do, hopefully, what we often do with bylaws, and we cut and paste. They're all there, because other boards are months, if not a whole year ahead of us. So we're not starting from scratch on these policies.
so my understanding, when this first all started, was the Ontario Association of Police Services Boards would be creating those policies because that was their role, not for each OPP board to come up with their own.
I think they have given us some templates, but see the look on our deputy CEO's face. Maybe out of interest, I'm gonna hear what Brittany has.
Where to begin? This board, I think, both of the comments from both Councillor Gilbert and our CEO have accurately combined the experience that we've seen thus far. We are still trying to find our footing. We have baseline policies that we had to have in order to get up and running. Now it's the complementary policies that help that governing piece that our CEO touched upon. We are doing our best from a staffing perspective to fulfill that need and fulfill the expectation, and not only to fulfill the expectations of the board, but to collaborate more effectively with you. This is a little bit of a change management scenario, I think, and because the group is so large, there's so many different perspectives of what that change management piece looks like and what those expectations look like. So as your staff team, we're doing our best to represent you and our residents on that table, but it has been a challenge thus far. And as Councillor Coburn alluded to, I think we'll continue to see that transition throughout the 2026 year.
And if I may, I would just add that this is a board that takes their board governance role very seriously, because this is a board where the stakes are high. And we've seen the provinces move to taking over boards, like we've seen with the boards of education. And we're trying to do our due diligence in ensuring proper governance oversight. And I think I see that as a good thing. We're maybe not all on the same page in the governance role regard, but I think we're getting there. And yeah, I thank you to staff for the support they've provided so far. I just needed the rest of council to know that we're likely spending more of our taxpayers' money supporting that board than we ought to be. But that situation will right itself, it sounds like, as the time tracking gets done.
Yeah, I think time tracking and data is gonna be the way out of this. I mean, we have, like recently, the board undertook a task this week, and I think we will in the future be able to say, okay, the cost of that is this many hours and this much time.
Other comments or questions there?
Recognizing it is 10:35, I'm not sure if this group was wanting a break or if you wish to continue on.
How about we ask staff if you would like a break?
Mind if I?
Just because we want to keep at it. Okay, let's take it a 10-minute break.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started Farm on the Lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind it's a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The Township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really more people coming to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy, because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of morals.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. So next up, we do have a summary of our 2025 project status. So I believe this is printed out for you as well. It is the that has written the bar chart on it and to the side and the list of the projects. I was not intending on going through it line by line. However, if there is a question that we do have around any specific project, its status and the notes that have been included, happy to elaborate on that. We are still working on incorporating some feedback we received from the October meeting to try and have the bar charts be different colors to indicate if the project is on track, delayed, that kind of status, as well as not just a percentage of completion.
Can I ask about that facilities master plan? I know we didn't end up going and doing that one because of the budget amount on it, or it exceeded our budget. Is that in for 2026 with a revised amount, or where are we at that?
For you, it is a proposed carry forward. We are maintaining the same budget amount. We did not propose an amendment to that budget amount. Staff are reevaluating what had initially been tendered to refine some of that scope associated with the tender and where we may be able to utilize different information that we might have already available to facilitate and incorporate into an overall plan opposed to having new information provided and sourced as part of it.
I'm confused. We already have a facilities master plan. Are you talking about work associated with the master plan that we have? Or are you talking about a brand new master plan? We have one.
We have a recreation master plan, not a facilities,
Oh,
right?
facilities,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
And I think when we went out on this one, the amount that came back in, when they started to do the job, they gave us a totally different amount. And so we put a stop to that. So was it 50 or 150,000 that we had? 200,000, okay, well, the two together. Okay. Councilor Coburn.
Potawatomi water supply. Can you just verbally let us know what, so we're carrying forward a project regarding Potawatomi. What is that? What project is that?
Go ahead.
That is improving or providing a new water source to the Potawatomi area. You will, as council, receive an update on that ongoing project. So you will receive, as council, an update on that project. I believe at the next meeting, if not, then the December.
But we haven't council hasn't made a decision on where we're going. We're just getting information and stuff. Correct. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Two parts of that project, right? One is an agreement, one is a design.
Correct.
Yep.
From a risk management perspective, a lot of these are, they sit at, say, 50%, right? A lot of the projects just sort of as a whole. I'm wondering, is there anything worth flagging to us that won't get resolved or that would jeopardize any of the projects for this coming year?
As a general scope, many of the projects that you see at like a 50-60% completion are multi-year projects that are intended to carry over multi-years. For example, all of the CSRAF funded projects that you see in the community and environmental services column, many of those will be completed next year, but the funding was allocated in previous years.
Campbell Playground. I know that there was some public engagement over designs for that. When can we see the report back on a recommendation for December? Thank you. Okay. Shoreline background research and policy, are we gonna see that fairly soon, in the new year?
You'll see it in January.
Thank you. There.
Just on the side road, 3 bridge there. It says here, project is proceeding with construction in 2026. We deferred that, right? We're waiting for a report to come back on that, were we not?
Yes.
I like the part that says it's construction in 2026. Appreciate that point.
Mayor,
Sorry, go
under
ahead.
Office of the CAO and Corporate Services, we've got closed captioning, recording.
We'd also talked about improving, that's all included there as well, like the speakers and so that the folks can hear really properly. That's there as well.
For next year? You, yes, that you'll see the status of that is pending assessment of current audio equipment, with an asterisk for council approval for those council chambers tech upgrades. So those, will happen in tandem. It's just, it's better to do the closed captioning recording post audio upgrades so that the quality of the closed captioning is better.
I can confirm that the water meter replacement has started. It was very clear the next steps we're supposed to take. Not seeing any other questions.
So I'm still reading through, I looked at the 2026 request, I'm just still,
So right now, we're just looking at the 2025 report. Recognizing that this presentation, printout that you have, isn't the most friendly to see what is proceeding into the next year. The next slide of our presentation does have a summary of those that are proceeding into the next year, so it can be a quick reference to see what is proceeding. Next slide. We have our list of the 2026 requests, which were discussed at the October 22nd meeting. We had in-depth conversation at that time. However, if there are any questions about a project, please let us know.
Under development and infrastructure, I know we talked about the CIP. Michael's gonna be ready to throw something at me if I ask again, but I know we're waiting on the county. So where are we with our plan, and are we ready to strike a committee to look at selection of grant applications, or where are we?
And to Mayor, so we are still waiting for the approval of the official plan from the county. Over the last couple of weeks, the province has initiated a number of policy amendments, and some of the policy amendments may have an impact on all municipal official plans, including ours. So the county is right now just trying to sort out if our plan could still move forward if the new policies are indeed enacted. I think we can. I kind of looked at it. Our plan's pretty small compared to some of the larger municipalities. So I'm hoping, I was really hoping that we have our new plan in place already. So we're still waiting on the official plan. The official plan needs to be approved before we can act the CIP. And I'm still kind of working in the background, ready to have all the components of the CIP ready to go once we have the plan in place. We have a pretty robust meeting agenda over the next couple of, the next committee and the next council meeting. So I do have a report I'm formulating for the state to go forward in early January to start a new committee and have things in place. I think if we can at least get the bones of the CIP ready to roll, once we get the new OP in place, then we'll be in a good position early in 2026, I'm hoping.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't propose putting the cart before the horse. I think we do have to wait on the county, so that's good to know. Thank you.
As a follow-up there, how much is that our official plan impacted by the new Bill 60 that has the province saying, they had something, and I'm just skimming through here, about the size of official plans?
To you, kind of going off memory here, Bill 60 said that the new official plans cannot exceed 250 pages or something like that. And they cannot they can also not contain secondary plans. That's sort of an idea. When you look at a plan like, I don't know, the city of Hamilton's official plan, it's massive, it's documents. Our plan, I think, is 80 pages. So, and it doesn't contain any secondary plan information in it. So I think we're good that way. There's a couple little pieces in there too that our plan has to address. And in speaking to Liz Buckton, the senior planner from the county who's looking at our official plan, she thinks we're good. She has the other official plan she's looking at right now. Calibre Mountains is one of them. We all submitted at the same time. So she's kind of looking at all of those in tandem with each other.
They control. Well, I think the example that Scott Taylor used yesterday was that the town of Hanover's plan should not be as large as the city of Toronto's plan. So I think that's where they were trying to restrict sizes of what's necessarily in them.
I'm in favor of large pool.
Yeah.
It's hard pages. Be careful.
I have a question with the replacement vehicles here. The admin SUV, the hatch, and pickup truck, the tandem snowplow, the vehicles that would be purchased to replace them. And then the ones that would be replaced, are they going to be sold on Gov deals, or how do you guys?
Yes, they are replacement, that the former vehicle that we had, once we have the new one, will be disposed of, maybe through Gov deals. The admin SUV may just be for scrap.
Okay. It's in that condition. Okay, all right.
It was more of an engine kind of failure on that one, which is why it has not been used. But yes.
But those vehicles would be Gov deal kind of. How would they get people? Okay, that's fine, thanks. Yeah.
Go ahead,
And if I could just add to that, we've had some discussions and stuff. Jerry's not here, so I'm not trying to step on your department at all, but we also have thought of, okay, if we're getting a new truck, so as an example, can the truck that we're replacing that one be utilized within another department to replace an even older vehicle? So there might be a bit of a cascading.
Okay.
Just a question for the resource planning and human resources software. When we talked at the police board about allocation of time and costs associated with that with staffing, I was surprised to hear that we don't have a time tracking mechanism in place for staff. And again, I'm drawing on my own public service experience, but we were, as a public health nurse, expected to allocate or account for every 15-minute interval of our day, whether that's driving, home visiting, clinic work, documentation. And not that I want to get my 2 cents in about staffing issues, but for us, for a data getting information about how we're allocating costs, I feel like it's been very hard to do that, even when it comes to special events. So when I asked what have we actually spent on special events, we got hard costs. And I said, well, okay, what about staff time? Because that's substantive. And the answer was, well, we don't track that. So will our new human resources software include that? I'm only asking because it's helpful for us as a budgeting to know how much we're really spending on certain things if we don't have a sense for staff time.
So through part of that project, scope of this project may expand because we are throughout 2026, because we're not looking at procuring anything until 2027. Just we wanted to present it to council to ensure you were okay with us even looking into it. So 2026 will be a looking into period. We're going to be taking a more wholesome look at all of our software, not specifically just our ERP, which is financial accounting and HR. It may be other softwares as well that are getting consumed or absorbed into part of this. That scope change, if there is one, will be presented to council. But yes, that will be part of what we're looking at and ensuring that we have something that can allow for that better integration from a human resource and a financial side to eliminate some manual aspects that we do have, allowing for that better service allocation of salaries and benefits. Right now, it would be all manual if we were to have in our Dayforce tracking. Right now, it is a start time, end time for lunch, a start time after lunch, and an end time for the day. We have capabilities to do some drop-down allocations. However, any of those drop-down allocations would then have to manually be done. That the efficiencies of that haven't been realized at this time. So yes, it would be something that we can have more integrated that directly flows into your financial reporting to allow for some of that allocation of staff time based on service alignment.
Thank you, and I can appreciate no one wants to do that manually, but there's been software in place for decades that allow for, at the end of the day, just drop down menus. It takes 5 minutes, 3 minutes to account for your time during that day. You do it at the end of the day, you're done, it gets fed into the system, the data is there. So yeah, I hope we can move in that direction at some point.
I was just gonna add on to that, I think Councilor Corbett just addressed the point. So our Dayforce, so the software that I have been accustomed with in the past would link your time requests with your performance appraisals, with your tracking sheets, with your monthly check-ins or any conversation correspondence you have with staff. And I don't know the capacity of Dayforce, but I expect you can purchase the sort of a la carte to add on to it. But we are starting to work on work plans. I keep talking about this, that we can communicate this change, but talking about work plans that flow from the strategic plan down to the operational level. And part of that is monthly check-ins for staff with their direct reports, or leaders with their direct reports. But currently the software we have doesn't even link PAs or anything like that. So what you're talking about is something that, you're right, has been out there for decades. I think, just to build on what Sam was talking about, we're going to be looking at that software, probably coming back to you with an operational enhancement in that regard, because that's definitely where we would like to go to. The manual tracking is something we have to do in the interim, and that comes at a resource cost. But like you say, it's critical for gathering that data. I mean, right now we will, if we move ahead, we do monthly check-ins. Storing that in a safe way from an HR standpoint is all going to have to be done on kind of a manual basis right now.
Two-part question. The one-time increase within the special events. One is how much and for what reason?
For you, that is the $5,000 to be funded from the Working Capital Stabilization Reserve for celebrations and our 25th anniversary.
Oh, yes, okay. That's
Anything else?
So we've created what will hopefully be a quick reference guide for not only council, but staff and the public that has the project. This is a combination of both the 2025 projects and the 2026 project with a one-stop shop for all of them. This is the one that is titled Appendix C. And it has a brief description of the project, the total project budget. That does not necessarily mean the amount that is occurring in a specific year. So for multi-year project, it does show the full amount. The funding source, and where does it align to our strategic plan? Why are we doing that? So this is meant to be a quick reference for council, staff, and the public. Are there any questions on this?
And I don't want to offend anybody that's on the intent of this conversation. Some of the things that show up on this, I mean, although they look like they're going to happen in 2026, they've been ongoing for a couple of years. I mean, the tractor 251 replacement, I think we started that in 2023, 2024. Here we are still talking about 2026. One of the things, and I have to just be honest, as a council member, when it comes to you and you approve it and say move on, you assume there's a need for it. But then here we are 4 years later, still talking about the same thing. What was there a justified need, or was it? And that's just one of the things when I look at this, there's a lot of stuff here that's been coming on for years that doesn't look like it's been accomplished. And they're fairly minor purchases, minor tasks. That's my only comment. It would just, some of it's been here a long time, right? And it's, should be any council approved it, we tendered it, we bought it, we moved on. But 3 years later, we're still talking about the same tractor that had a need to be replaced in 2023. And then I'm afraid one day we're gonna get the call that, hey, our tractor blew up and we need it now. We needed it 3 years ago, right? That's an example of what I see here, right?
So just on that, Rick, would you suggest that there's a better way to display that, or?
Well, I don't know. The display is not the issue. It just seems like we talk about it every year. When does it actually get done? Because we allocated money in 2023.
That's correct, yeah.
And then here in 2026, it's still showing up as, just some of that stuff, right? It just makes this table look busier than I think it needs to look.
Okay.
It's more of a timing, let's do things faster, more efficient. Just things the table up here, but I mean, water tank insert, we approved that 3 months ago, 4 months ago. And it's a 2026 item here. It was actually a 2025 item, right? I think it's a good chart. It's just, that's my only comment, right?
I'm a little taken back by the Sarawak Family Park playground and parking lot costing $854,000. What exactly is that dollar figure representing there? What are we doing there in that park? On the parking lot? What's the plan there? Yeah.
I can answer that. So that project was up for through the 2025 budget discussions. You'll recall that the township has been successful in our CSR applications. So that means 50% of those costs are now paying funded costs. While the total project cost remains at $850,000, and that's for installation of a park, landscape upgrades, upgrades to the parking situation at the park. But the total township's allocation
is half of that
through the fund.
Okay, that's great, thanks. That makes you uncomfortable?
No. I'm just looking at the back side of that sheet under water systems. I'm gonna go back to Potawatomi. I get the sense that there's a plan here because we have a dollar amount, 2.5. But I keep coming back to nothing's been approved. So I wonder if someone can go over the points there. Canada, the federal fund, building fund, the user fees and potential debt. Has there been a decision made? Is what on earth is happening here? Because we keep hearing that, nothing's been decided. We need to examine this carefully. Water systems are typically user pay. Now it looks as though we're using a grant opportunity for this. Has that been decided? What are we missing out on that we could use this building fund for otherwise? And is this something that we would typically use that application funding for?
For you, as part of, I believe it's 2025 discussions, council voted to have no more than 500,000 come from the Canada Community Building Fund related to the Potawatomi water supply. So the CCBF, Canada Community Building Fund, it only has 500,000 allocated from it. That is the grant that can be used on roads, waters, bridges, and that kind of, and recreational facility infrastructure. So council voted to have the 500 from there. There had been, I don't know if the number was finalized, a portion of the total project that will be funded from those directly impacted users. The remaining funding source was to be determined. It may be debt, but that remaining amount in excess of, in essence, the 500,000 is to be finalized and confirmed. That amount and that decision still needs to be had by council.
But if we're suggesting here that it could be debt. So that then, the interpretation for me of that is that the cost is being spread out amongst our entire tax base. Is that consistent? Am I misinterpreting that?
So through you, part of your debt policy will allow for a portion to be funded from water. It would still be funded from water users, not from taxes. It isn't you have the tax base. You can have debt that is funded from
Specifically for those users. I just want to make sure that we're not approving something that benefits a certain amount of people, but if we're going to be collecting money for that from other folks, we need to be very transparent.
Yeah, as long as we're done with that conversation. Okay. I was just curious on the roadside brushing one-time enhancement of $40,000. Are we allocating that $40,000 to third party to do the job for us, or is this in-house?
like that says external. That is correct.
Sorry, what was that?
External.
External? Okay, no, it's good. That's the answer I was looking for.
Think back on that Potawatomi water supply, part of that number, it was a guesstimate as to what it would cost, but we still don't have a plan in place as to how we're going to arrive at that. We're just trying to get it in so that we're getting some direction somewhere, getting some funds set aside in some manner for it, because we know it's going to be a project at some point. I see Brittany nodding.
So if I may, though, there are other areas where we may be looking at funding infrastructure enhancements, and I'm thinking of the extension of the Cobble Beach septic sewage. I'm just wondering how we seem to be very focused on this. Have we considered other areas of infrastructure where we're still needing?
So the Potawatomi water supply, so staff is following the council direction there with, okay, so I'm seeing nods because there seemed to be some confusion about what the line item was, but it's hard to have the discussion about that as part of our budget process, because the Potawatomi water supply, it's not as clear cut as this is what needs to happen and these are the costs that we're going to associate it with it. I think this is still coming back to council with a suite of options to consider. What is the best approach for our municipality for the long term? So it's really hard to say, in answer to your question, has a decision been made? No. And I mean, I think council's aware of the next steps with the Potawatomi water supply and what's happening. There'll be a suite of options or multiple options to consider what's the best for our municipality. Again, it's really hard to put a number before it. And when we say, do we use the Canada Community Building Fund for that or something different? I think staff is pursuing the direction of council to say that's where we're going to potentially apply this funding. So you're right. You're right. Maybe that'll be reconsidered, possibly.
And I understand that. I agree with all of that. Thank you. I think if I was a member of the public looking at this document, I would be making the assumption that this is what we're spending and this is how we're spending it, just because of the annotated way that it's written on the chart. So I just wanted to be clear that there's still lots of information to receive and decisions to be made.
Next up, we have our reserve and reserve funds. So for part of 2025's budget, we looked at and updated our reserve and reserve fund policy. So what is the purpose of a reserve or a reserve fund? So it's to facilitate long-term financial planning. There may be some adherence to statutory requirements that are needed to provide for the cost of equipment or facility replacements, to smooth your tax rate impacts and revenue fluctuations, smooth expenditures, which may have otherwise caused fluctuation in your operating budget, to absorb some one-time expenses that haven't been included in an operating-based budget, and or it may be to fund future obligations. So we do have included in today's material Appendix D, which includes an estimated summary of your 2025 reserve and reserve funds, plus the impacts of 2026 projects, what they play on your reserve and reserve funds. So this, I apologize if it may appear tiny in trying to get it all there for you. So we have listed out our different reserves. Is it pursuant to your reserve and reserve fund policy? What is the purpose of that reserve? Is it asset replacement? Is it stabilization? Is it a specific project or a new initiative that we may have? Then we have our reserve funds that are discretionary, that council at their discretion set up a separate reserve fund for it, which is allocated interest. And then we have obligatory, you have an external power, maybe as it may be, that says you must have a reserve fund for this. Looking at it, we have our unaudited balances, our estimates in what we think 2025 numbers will be. You will have in March or April of next year a finalized report for 2025 transfers, where council is authorizing the transfers to and from the various reserves. Once we know the final numbers as part of our year-end process and our annual audit, we do bring that in front of council for you to authorize and approve those transfers. Then we have what is coming into the reserves. So this is typically your amount that is coming from your tax levy that is going strictly into reserves for future capital. We have shown different transfers of surpluses. So those are related to your reserve and reserve fund policy. That states, for looking at this, for example, your building permit sustainability, any surplus or deficit within your building department is going to or coming from the building permit stabilization, so it does not impact your tax levy. You'll also see staff have put an estimated amount as we anticipate a potential overall township surplus of approximately $282,000 at this time. Again, that number is subject to change. We have 25% of it going to the climate change here. Staff for right now have selected the roads reserve. Again, when the report is coming in front of council in March or April, beginning of next year, you will finalize where you do want that additional 75%. Just for presentation purposes today, staff have put it at the roads. We have what we would estimate our reserve balance being at the end of 2025. Then your policy that you passed set some minimums and maximums in relation to where you would like to see different reserve balances being. So we do have those minimum and maximums for 2025 purposes there. You will see a few green line items, which indicate that the balance is below or above your target. One of those is your IT hardware and software. As we mentioned at the last meeting, we're still working on finalizing what is the actual replacement value of our IT. We are gathering up a bit more information about what all IT do we do have, what is its replacement cost. So we do not want you to be alarmed by that perceived overage that is in there. We also have a perceived overage in our parks. We're looking at gathering that information still about what is the replacement value of a park structure. Look through our tendering process that we have upcoming for some of our new park facilities. We'll have a better idea of the replacement cost on some of those parks that we do have. We're also needing to look at what is maybe required to maintain those parks at the council approved level from a capital standpoint. Roads, you will see it is below your minimum threshold. That is why staff selected it for the overage or the anticipated surplus. Stormwater management, you will see it is above However, you will see a 2025 commitment related to approved projects, not necessarily projects that are fully finished or council has all the information on. It's just a commitment at this time that council may have to make a further decision on if it is proceeding or not. So we do recognize that it is over. However, there are a few committed projects that funding would be the most appropriate for. Then we have your committed, but it maybe isn't been spent yet. So these are your carry forward projects that are included in that column, the amounts that are associated with it. Then we have your uncommitted balance. So I do want to highlight right now, stormwater management, if all of those projects are proceeding, your reserve would be overcommitted and not have sufficient funds. It is negative. So those projects might be one that when a more fulsome report is coming to council about next steps, staff may be recommending a debt option for the funding of those projects. Then we're trying to anticipate what may be happening for 2026, that we're doing the same kind of thing. We're looking at your 2025 carry forward projects. What are you possibly going to be spending in 2026 for that? Your new projects, what are we anticipating being spent in there? Where is the taxes levied from reserves going right now? We do have a couple departmental surpluses that we do anticipate having, as well as a departmental deficit potentially around our building. We've seen a trend in building permits decline. That is a normal cyclical trend, and that is why we have that stabilization reserve. Again, building department does not impact taxes, which is why we have that specific stabilization reserve. And we have with the information we have as of now, what we anticipate an unaudited balance being at the end of 2026. And because some of the new projects are multi-year projects, what that commitment would be. So at the end of 2026, we do still have some negative overcommitted reserves that, again, when more information is coming to council, we may be looking at debt, or we may be looking at proceeding with a project. Are there any questions on this? I know it's a lot of numbers.
I do. On that very first column, the December 31st, 2024 is still showing as unaudited.
It is because of the time on which I prepared this material, opposed to when I got the audited, signed final financial statements. So
those
Do
would
they
now.
agree with each other?
I believe there might be a $500 difference,
Okay.
but overall, yes, they do.
Thank you.
I apologize. I may have just missed this. I was genuinely trying to follow along and just, if you mentioned it, I missed the explanation for the oxygen water system. For the reserve balance being above the target.
Oh, so through you, for that one, we are still working with Aqua Ontario Clean Water Agency to determine what is our actual infrastructure that we do have around there to determine the appropriate replacement cost of those. We have found in some systems, not specifically Oxidin, but in others as well, we may think we have a type of pipe, then when it's if there's a repair that's needed, it's found, oh, that's not the type of pipe we thought was there, or the condition of the pipe is harder. It's hard to get a condition assessment for some of that in-ground infrastructure unless you are doing a repair dig. And then if you're doing a repair dig, obviously the condition was not very good because it was needed as part of a failure. So we're still working on determining the best way to get some of that condition assessment before we look at amending reserve balances.
But we can probably assume that that minimum and maximum will not come anywhere near covering.
That is probably very likely that those minimum and maximums based on the information that we have today may be understated. Thank you.
Did you have another question, Councillor?
That's okay.
How concerning is this when we look at the projected balance for this time next year? in terms of the health of our reserves? And are you comfortable with using debt to offset these amounts? It's concerning to me that our reserves are, what's, we should have some in reserve. What's the plan for keeping it at a healthy balance?
So for you, that's where we need a bit more, so back in June, we had started a proposed level of service discussion with council. We do need to finalize that session, that then helps us make and project out the 10-year plan for our reserves, so we can see that. We do have healthy reserves. It is alarming the amount that it would be decreasing if all of the projects are funded from reserves, that it is very likely. And if you do not see any of these projects being proposed as funded from debt, I would be extremely surprised. Debt is not a bad thing to have. A lot of grant applications now also do ask, what debt do you currently carry? Because if you have next to no debt and you have your full allowability of debt, you're going to get bumped down on the list because your need for the grant isn't as high as someone who maybe has already more debt, doesn't have as much reserves. So we want to play a bit of a balancing game in there. That it's difficult to fully answer that question, but I do suggest that in 2026, this council should be looking at debt as some option on those projects.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that, but that's kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, I don't know what the proper axiom is, but it feels like robbing Peter to pay Paul, or whatever the term is, like incurring a lot of debt also has a downside too. You're right, it's a balance.
So something that's been niggling at me all along here is, we came into this saying 5%. We've managed to, with the decisions made, arrive at 4.76. Do we want to consider that 0.24%, adding that specifically for reserves? I know it's not a huge amount, but is there somewhere that it would be appropriate to do that, to use that? It's just thought that I've had all along, that, like I said, it's not a huge amount, but maybe we can consider that as we carry on through here. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor Carlton. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, either. It's somewhere along the line here, we're gonna have a rainy day fund, so the money's gotta come from somewhere, and we can tell by the roads, even the road scenario right now and the bridges scenario. These are big capital costs. They're a huge amount of infrastructure that needs to be looked after. A few pennies here and there along the ways can help, hopefully a little bit towards that down the road. So I'm in the same mindset too, that no taxpayers maybe don't like it, but they may not like it if we come back 2 years from now and say it's going to be 10 or 11% because we're so far behind.
Go ahead. One discussion we've had in the past when we've gone through this process is what our neighbors are doing. And I'm not sure how helpful that discussion is, but when we read in the paper that Owen Sound's increase is somewhere between 3 and 4, it makes me wonder why Georgian Bluffs needs to be 5. And I know if you look further afield, you're going to see higher rates than that, but I just wondered if that kind of analysis has been done. Or is it too soon to look at what other places are doing? I'm of two minds. I want a healthy reserve, but at the same time, every year we're looking at 5%, 6%. That adds up for people. So there's that side of it as well.
Through you, I recognize it's not part of the materials today. Many lower tiers in Grey County and even farther, they're still very early in their budget. That kind of comparison can't quite happen yet. However, staff did look at 2025 numbers. We are the second lowest tax rate next to Blue Mountain. However, Blue Mountain's average single-family dwelling assessment is $559,000 compared to our $300,000. That their taxes on the average single-family dwelling is $5,500 compared to our $3,300. So it is more overall. The next highest tax rate, or the next lowest tax rate, sorry, in Grey County is Grey Highlands. We would need a 19% increase in 2025 to match theirs. So the act of us having a 5, yes, it is different than each other municipality, but it also could, I'm not saying it is necessarily, it could be perceived as a catch-up in essence. Owen Sound's overall municipal rate. Give me one moment.
CEO, did you have comment?
She's over 100% higher than Georgian Bluffs residential tax rate. So
I'm talking about the increase that's being proposed for 2026.
The increase is one factor if we're already starting behind the race in essence. That's what I'm trying to show.
I'd like to go back to that services discussion because I think it helps you compare value better. So for example, your point about looking at other municipalities, I wonder if there was an objective way to compare, what we're getting for our dollar versus other municipalities. Now, geography, and there's a lot of complications to that too, so it's really hard to compare. If we've got more roads, for example, compare us to, say, Chatsworth or something like that. But that said, still, really, at the end of the day, it's the services offered to the ratepayer. So is there some sort of, have you seen that done before, where there's an objective for the rate of services offered?
Through you, I have not. I'm trying to think off the top of my head how that might look. Because yes, every municipality provides similar, not exactly the same services in how they provide them can be greatly different. Some may have, looking at Meaford, for example, we provide library services through a shared contract with Owen Sound Library. Meaford, I believe they also contribute to that. However, they also have their own library. So their library services can, may, and will be different than ours because of how a service is provided. We use OPP. Owen Sound has their own police force. So how the service is provided can be different municipality to municipality, and the level in which that service is provided can be very different. So it's hard to have an apples to apples comparison. I can put some thought into how to maybe present something, but I don't know that it would have a lot of
illustrative versus comparative, right? So it may just be illustrative, if nothing else. And if you think about it, the end service is still the end service, no matter how you get there. So policing is policing. What are we providing for as far as policing coverage goes, let's say, for example? That is comparable to other ones. And what do we spend on it per taxpayer? That is comparable at a very high level, right? Versus how it gets there. It may just be illustrative, like I said, it may not actually serve that good as a comparison. A little bit. Yeah, that's fair.
That's what Sean thinks.
Can I ask, before we read the tell us, what is the dollar figure associated with the 1%? I like the idea, I'll be honest, of keeping it below 5%. I think it sounds better to be able to say it's less than 5%, but if we were to put it up 1%, what is the dollar figure per household?
Just let this later on. A change of 1% to the municipal tax rate would be an approximate levy change of $138,000.
Or sorry, I guess I didn't structure that right. Like if we were to put up 1%, what is the household rate payer? Like what are they paying for that 1%? I didn't structure that question.
You're saying the difference between a 4.76
Yeah,
and
like
5.76.
what's the difference come to in terms of the dollar figure for the ratepayer? I didn't structure that correctly, sorry guys. Yeah.
I just need an additional moment for that.
I guess what would the difference be in cost?
Do you have an update?
Yeah, so sorry, council, I'm acting while Sam's looking. I'll do the dance routine that she was talking about before, but I am sort of filling the void of that director of community services. So when we talked about completed projects in our slides before, I just wanted to come back and appreciate the comments, and I don't think it was, the comments are good about making sure we're clear in communicating and completing projects. The two that we talked about were the water pump, water tank. The water tank is purchased, it's ours. The problem that we're waiting for is the pump. So the pump that goes with the water tank is on back order. So it's done, it's ready, it's waiting for the pump, and then it's coming to us. So rather than wipe it off the list, which we maybe could have happened, it's just really, it's not physically in our hands yet until we get the pump attached and back. And the tractor, ironically, good time to bring that forward. It's on December 3rd's agenda, have a conversation. So the tractor has had, it had approval of a 75 horsepower tractor. The report has come back twice to suggest if we increase that, it can do these functions. And so twice it's come back and not been approved. So it's coming back in the form that it was approved on December 3rd, and you should see that for a conversation on the 3rd. So just to follow up on those, but not to take away from the point, get the projects and that's what.
Okay. So through you, I have the number for both. If we were to change our 4.76 to be a 5, the impact to the average single-family dwelling being assessed at $300,000 would be $5.13 for the year. A change of 1% has an impact of $21.13 to the average for the entire year.
That was based off of a $300,000.
That is our average assessment.
I'd love to buy a home for $300,000.
Wow. That's for the chance.
But we're so behind the impact assessments,
Yeah.
that data isn't even all that useful.
If I could make one comment about somewhat comparing ourselves to our neighbors, and I'll use Grey Highlands as an example. If you look at the number of staff that we have compared to the number of staff that they have, they're almost double us. So doing a comparison is kind of difficult. The other area I see as a huge difference, they have 4 physical arenas. We have 1 with full ice surface and such. So their cost to deliver services varies a lot from us. I would say the same thing with the city of Owen Sound. Totally different services. So I don't think we can do a true comparison because there will always be those huge differences in how we deliver our services and the services that we're actually delivering. I think we want to try and focus on what our residents need here and provide that. Councillor Coburn?
I'm going to comment on that, but then I have a couple of other questions. I agree. It's just that staff in the past has brought that back as justification for an increase. So we can't use it when we want to and then ignore it when we want to. So that was the only point I was trying to make. It may not be the right time, but development charges, we've been talking about development charges for years now, and I get that the perception with affordability and the connection with development charges as being impeding housing, building affordable housing. Are we advancing that conversation at all? Because it does impact our budget. It is a source of revenue, and it helps to pay for growth and associated infrastructure. And if this is not the proper time to discuss that, please feel free to say so.
Through you, we do not have a project in the works right now for a DC study, development charges study. It got canceled and did not proceed and did not continue into future budgets. I believe that was 2021, possibly, or 2022.
I mean, we talked about this with our last CAO, and I sort of got the impression that it was being looked at informally behind the scenes, but perhaps not.
I would add, there's just a letter come through from Rob Flack about Bill 60, and I see staff has it too. It's quite a lengthy letter, and development charges are up for changes again in Bill 60. So it seems every one of these omnibus bills they bring out now has another thing on development charges, and I would wonder if we're better waiting until that is leveled so that we know how much staff time would be needed to actually implement development charges.
Yes, and there's the whole study that leads up
Yeah.
to that that's costly and it's going to take time. I will go on record as saying I'm 100% in favor of development charges. My other question is around, I'm gonna go back to staffing again, and I'm pushing that envelope a little bit. But we are short one director, right? We're talking about bringing on a whole new staff person to manage procurement and risk management. But if I may offer an opinion, it's not the right director to fulfill that empty spot that had some skill and expertise in the areas of procurement and risk management. Wouldn't we be best to look at filling that vacant director's position instead?
So I would take both. I think it's good comments. Let's do development charges first. I think where we left development charges, and I'm sorry if there is a confusion on my part, I think the direction was not to pursue a report on development charges. So if there was an expectation that something was coming forward, I don't think staff is aware of that. So we can look back into that, or maybe it's by virtue of a notice of motion. You seem to, I'm judging that you think there maybe was direction to?
I couldn't say for sure if there was direction. There was certainly a lot of talk, probably not direction given. And given the new status of the bill, I don't know that this is the right time because we could just be spinning our wheels.
Yeah, so I mean, sensitive, not wanting to sound overly sensitive, but I think to say that something's coming, I don't think anybody's working on that right now. And if we want to change that, then we should. And it is a good conversation. We've certainly had it around the horseshoe many times. The staffing question about the vacant director position is a really good question. I think that I think that a review of the organization and where we need people is a good one. So I don't really have a good answer for, I think we should do this right now. I definitely would say personally, I feel that gap that you're talking about, and I'm trying to fill that void. You see me doing it awkwardly today, where I'm running to gather information to be the director too. We have a director of corporate service here. We have a director of infrastructure. They can answer the questions about infrastructure and corporate services. When it comes to community services, I'm running around to try and find answers. So the point is well.
Yeah, just to comment on the development charges too there. What is our growth for new homes is, for a percentage, under 1%? Very minimal.
Assessment growth, I don't necessarily know. Growth.
We're averaging about 70 new homes a year, something like that. So it's fairly small. I can tell you that across the province, growth has been really, sorry, struggling for words here for a second. The growth projections have dropped a lot. When you look at the county levels across the province, growth is typically around 1.1%, right in that range, as well as Grey County. Overall, the province is actually expecting negative growth over the next 2 years. There's been a quick migration from Ontario as opposed to new migration, and that's impacting our growth right across the board.
Thanks for that. And that's development charge piece is kind of a tricky. We're not growing at a crazy pace, so that money's a huge difference to us. We're not really doing a lot. So I was a little leery about saying, well, now we're going to charge you a development charge, and now you're going to say, well, we'll go elsewhere. But it'll be interesting to see what does come out of Bill 60 here too that's coming through. So obviously those changes there too. But was one part I was going to mention. And the second part I was going to mention was on, I could see the look in Councillor Scholz's face there when you said 1% increase in your actual rate to your home was $21. I could see that. You see the look in his face. He caught him by surprise. I'm always kind of wondering, is the actual percentage number actually really a misnomer to the people, thinking that 5% is 5% of Toronto, 5% of Owen Sound, 5% of whatever. Our 5% is a lot less. And that's you know, you kind of wonder, is there a better way to get that out to the people, saying that it's $100 a year or $60 a year is the actual number, not the actual 5%, and scaring them. I just was, when I noticed that, I caught Councillor Schuldeis's look in his face there when she said that. It's just a comment.
I have a 2-second comment, and then I'll make sure Councillor can take his point too, but adding on to your point, I think my opinion on going from a 0.25% increase to be up to that 5% total number, knowing that that's a difference of $5? Yeah, that makes me more comfortable understanding that. I think I run by the principle of keeping taxes low is the best principle, but knowing that a $5 difference is a 0.25% increase, that makes me comfortable. So just branching off of your comment, not to override.
It just gives us that little extra in reserves going forward. Councillor Day.
On the other topic we're also concurrently talking about, I do support the concept of development charges in theory. And I think it's development should pay for development, and there's big needs for water and sewage. That being said, the provincial background right now is so uncertain. I don't know that it's the right time for the municipality to commit to doing a study that then may become irrelevant because everything, the context has changed. So just thought I'd share that for the long run, and I'm not expecting anything to come up for today.
So I may throw this out that, and I'll use Kilsyth Meadows as an example. There were no development charges charged there, but the developer put all the infrastructure in at their expense to be brought up to our standard before we'll take that road over. So it didn't cost the rest of the municipality to have that road and things put in. That goes on the developer, and that's kind of what we've been using to this point, which then saves us having all that accounting of figuring out what can we take development charges for and where can we use them and all of that. So am I correct in that statement? Okay.
Yes, that's correct. And that's fairly typical of developments. When a developer wants to put in a plan of subdivision or something like that, they, at their own expense, put in all of the infrastructure, whether it's private or eventually public. And then we assume that public infrastructure when we realize or when we are confident that it's going to last and it's put in the way we want it to put in. Development charges are kind of, they're collected, but then they're used more for true community infrastructure, new arenas or new roads that are serving the broader community, not just individual developers.
You said?
Does it ask? Another question? Back to
Yep.
This was the end of what we had prepared for your morning session. We were going to be moving into lunch, which I believe as we were finishing up that conversation, you just walked in. So.
Well timed.
Very good.
That's why Councillor Coburn asked that question.
Exactly, I had to waste your time. Look at the smart new guy.
Picking up on the
I'm not sure how long of a break Councillor Fish is.
Well,
How long do we want? Half an hour for lunch? Does that sound good for everybody?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it depends on what we're getting for lunch. How long is it gonna take us to eat?
We have to make it.
How much cheaper?
Yeah. It is.
So we will try and be back at, I can't read.
12:30.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. and a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started farm on the lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind it's a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The Township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people come in to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy, because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of morals.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue.
Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
are Dirk and Alma DeVries, and we are coming to you from Dual Acres. This is a beautiful property in Georgian Bluffs that we own, and we run horse-drawn sleigh and carriage rides from.
So today we're going to have Dan and Juliet. Dan's a 12-year-old gelding and Juliet's a 12-year-old mare. Come on, Dan. When people come here, we invite them to come back to our shack, and they will go in there and they can get ready to go, get dressed, whatever they need to do, and stay warm till the ride event starts. And then we bring the horses out of this sleigh shed here, and they get on, and we take them roughly for a 40-minute ride, all through hardwood and softwood bush. So the whole experience is in the woods. We return here, we drop them off here. They can go in, and there's a big wood stove in there. They warm up, and if they so desire, they could also enjoy a cup of hot chocolate. We build all our own sleighs, and there's a reason for that. Is sleighs in Ontario came with a width of stance, the runner width of 3 feet, and that was designed to work in the bush and whatnot. But a 3-foot stance is very tippy when you get people. People are like hauling water. There's always a second motion. And that second motion is the motion that'll tip the sleighs. So I rebuild all the sleighs to a 4-foot wide stance. And that's very stable. There's no, you cannot tip them. Our sleighs are also adaptable to handle wheelchairs, which we discovered early this. You know, there was that need there, that people, disabilities need, that we needed to provide.
We've done lots of charity work. We did Santa sleigh ride here on the farm. That actually helped really for people to be aware that we were here. But we always have a passion, especially for children with special needs. That was one way that we were able to give back to the community. Every year we host a ride here for the GRACE program, which is the Georgian Riding Association for Challenged Equestrians.
Horses and dog sleds are exactly the same. If you want the horse or the dogs to go right, you say gee. If you want them to go left, you say haw. I've done thousands of rides and I never get tired of it because it's the horses that are the enjoyment. And the people are, you know, we have people from all over, and there's so many different stories and so many good people out there that you meet.
I hope that when people come to our farm here and enjoy a sleigh or wagon ride through the bush, that they enjoy the bush, the beauty of nature here, and just go away feeling relaxed and rejuvenated.
The Welcome Package is a tool that was developed by GB-LIP's subcommittee community. It was a tool that was supposed to be used for municipalities to share information with new residents, specifically immigrants coming to their communities, in a consistent way across Grey and Bruce counties. And what's great about it is the package was actually translated into multiple different languages.
As my own personal lived experience as an immigrant, not everything was accessible to me with the click of my hand. But the Welcome Package, if you look up the municipality website, all the information that you need about the schools, about the local hospitals, about the local grocery stores, about the settlement service provider in your area. So I think it is a one-stop shop for all your settlement needs.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly.
We started farm on the lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today.
Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing. I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water. If you're into water sports or sailing, of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do.
What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighbourhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbours and see them on the street, say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
Georgian Bluff has a lot of activities to do. It's really nature driven, and it's like the community is very nice, very friendly. And a lot of the locals come here every single day and they think of it as their therapy.
We're the Farouk family. We started farm on the lake, and the community, everybody around it, the support structure, the township has actually made us to who we are today. And now that we have this set up, this whole operation is well received by the community. People drive down from far, far away to do camping, glamping with us.
A lot of people come from far away to see the goats, and they're really amazed. Sometimes we feed the babies in front of them.
When we think about Georgian Bluffs, it's really the Reiki forest bathing that comes to my mind. I'm a Reiki master teacher, and we were looking to bring our people for a retreat, and this property just popped up, and we realized that behind is a beautiful forest. Every time we are driving up, I feel so relaxed. The air is amazing.
If you're an outdoor enthusiast, there's never-ending things to do. There's the hiking all over through the escarpment. There's the bay, the water, if you're into water sports or sailing. And of course, pickleball is growing fast and it's all over the place right now. So there's lots to do. What we enjoy the most about Georgian Bluff is having access to the beautiful nature around us, the cultural impact from the First Nations to the local artists.
The trails and so many great things to do, and lots of business opportunity here, and tourism as well to support our business.
First off, what I love about the area is the scenery. It's absolutely beautiful. Like, it's right in the name of the municipality, the Bluffs. Another thing too that I noticed from living through here is all the small communities throughout Georgian Bluffs. They're very unique, and they might be very small, but we're very big with heart. Everybody looks out for each other, takes care of each other, and just the way locals support locals. So the ability to have a local business and prosper is very apparent here in Georgian Bluffs.
People are more genuine here. People are more sincere. They're kind. They know the word please and thank you. It's the way life used to be. It's more simpler. You feel like you're part of something.
The Township of Georgian Bluffs as a municipality is proud to serve its residents, whether it be looking after infrastructure, looking after our roads, grading our gravel roads, looking after our parks, our trails, our community centres, our ice arena, or providing the services that residents rely on every single day when they come to our township offices. I'm proud to lead a team which is here serving the residents of Georgian Bluffs every single day.
What what we'd like to see Georgian Bluffs going forward is really, more people come in to experience this beautiful energy, this relaxed energy. Because over here in Georgian Bluffs, I can hear the wind, I can hear the trees talking. It's just amazingly relaxing.
Welcoming more people, yet with the same foundation and principles of community, of respect, and of morals.
It would be great for Georgian Bluffs to continue to support, nature and the beauty that we have here, and to keep our area clean and beautiful.
I hope to see more local businesses, more sustainable living, and more families just moving up here and living and prospering off their land and their property.
For me and my family, Georgian Bluffs means being close to nature. Having the escarpment to hike and the water of Georgian Bay at our doorstep is something that draws us to being part of this community. The family-friendly neighborhoods, the fact I can connect with my neighbors and see them on the street and say hello, and I know the people I'm seeing each day, is something which for me is something I treasure and my family treasures about being in Georgian Bluffs.
We are back, so it looks like we've moved on to 2026 water funded budget. Thanks, Em.
Thank you. Through next slide, yes, we will be moving into our water funded budget. Just a reminder that the water funded budget does not play any factor in taxes. It is strictly user fund based. So only users who are connected or have a line in front of their property of a township water system do pay for water. Starting with the water administration. So these are some overall expenditures that impact each and every water system. And at the end of each and every year, as part of our year end, if there is a surplus or a deficit within this department, it does get allocated out to the other water systems prior to any reserve transfers being completed. So you will see a large amount in our 2025 estimated actuals. That is a bit of a timing difference, where when we purchase the materials and supplies, being the water meters, compared to our year-end adjusting entries that will be completed, whereby any meters that we still have in our possession at December 31st, they get set up as an inventory, which thereby decreases the expense amount for the year. So we don't know what that number of meters will be. We recognize we are going through a water meter replacement program. So there is the potential that we will have a few more of those meters in our hands at year ends than in previous years. But we will see where that falls at year end. Then we have our revenue. So we are anticipating, again, because we haven't done an adjustment for meters, a deficit that would be allocated out to the 4 water meter systems. You'll see that we do have a slight decrease in our revenue for the connection fees. That's based on a 5-year average of actuals. In order to maintain this department to be no surplus or deficit for budget purposes, the offsetting decrease has been to the materials and supplies. Just for consistency, so we don't have a budgeted surplus in this and then a deficit going through each of the systems, trying to maintain it to be equal for budget purposes. Next up, we have our shallow water system. I do just want to highlight that there is an error in this slide, as well as the other 3. The water revenue rate increase is a 2%, not a 3% that has been proposed. That was a typo by staff. So I just want to highlight that. When we're calculating our estimated budget for 2026 water billing revenue, we do a 5-year average of historical actual consumption. We do have our request for proposal that did close for a water rate study. That information will be presented to council in December. Depending on who we proceed with awarding the water rate study to, we may have new rates being presented to council in either March or April of the coming year, or I believe the second component that was among the highest 2 saw it in July. So we are proposing a 2% for now, pending the results of the water rate study, which will likely come into play 2027. Here, however, council, when you have the results of the study, you can determine when you wish to invoke those rates. Contracted services, the increase that is proposed here for the budget is linked to the Ontario Clean Water Agency operating agreement. That I do apologize, it is being discussed, I believe, at the next meeting of council, so you will have a bit more of a discussion around that at that time. Are there any questions on the shallow water system?
Just to put it in perspective for us, what is the cost per cubic meter or whatever as a person who lives on a well? The foggiest, I just love to know what it means to people. And I suppose the price is the same across the board for the.
No, every system is different because it's based on the number of users on the system.
That's right.
So through you, it is a consistent water cost per cubic meter. However, there are varying base rates associated with each system. So the consumption rate being proposed for 2026 is $4.50 per cubic meter. With the base amount fluctuating between rates between about $291 up to Oxenden being the highest because it has a South Bruce Peninsula component and a Georgian Bluffs component of $2,500.
291 to 2,500. Okay.
So this is part of what the water rate study will look at.
You heard that too. Right?
Oh, I hate Oxenden. Yeah.
So you're paying for your own water supply. Goodness.
The Georgian Bluffs base of it is $600 of that 2,000. It is the same.
Oh, okay.
Like that. The bid for the class is at base rate as much.
Yes. Yeah. Sure. Bit like delivery from hydro versus consumption. Wow. Cool.
So next we have our East Lytton water system. So we do have, again, the increase associated with the contracted services is related to the Aqua proposed agreement. Repairs and maintenance, we're adjusting budget to be reflective of a 5-year average of historical actuals. And other expenses, this includes telephone costs for the water system. When looking at the other revenue, it's the removal of $20,000 from our connection fees that did go directly into reserves anyways, that it was not new revenue, it was connection fees that went directly to reserves that did not impact an operating surplus or deficit. And there historically had been no offsetting expenditures, so we were artificially increasing a surplus that didn't necessarily exist in actual practice. The surplus that is shown here would be transferred to the specific water system that it is for in their reserves. Next up, we have our Oxenden water system. Our Oxenden water system, it is a distribution system, so we do have an additional charge in here whereby we receive water from South Bruce Peninsula that we then transfer a payment to South Bruce Peninsula for that is both base as well as consumption. And we pay South Bruce Peninsula, again, a base and a consumption amount based on what goes through that meter. So it is regular and routine that the transfer expenditure is higher than the revenue we collect due to lossage within the system. We still are doing system leak detection on our water systems to try and mitigate and lessen that amount of lossage that is experienced, especially in the Oxenden system. Are there any?
What does that loss look like? And where are things progressing as far as is it worth looking for the leaks and where are we at with that?
I can't remember the actual numbers, but they are making good progress in all 3 systems in terms of leak detection. We've implemented some more advanced technologies to help with that detection. So it's and they've also were able to, over the last couple of years that I've been involved with it, really repair some really sizable leaks. So it's an ongoing effort. It is improving, but at the moment I can't recall the exact numbers.
Okay. Next, we have our Potawatomi water system. So again, the contracted services is related to the increase around our Aqua operating agreement. Repairs and maintenance are being adjusted to reflect a 5-year average of actuals. Do want to highlight we still have the project around Potawatomi water supply. This water system is one that we still don't have equilibrium. It is operating in a deficit, that the water revenue is not covering the expenses. If we were to have it be at a state of equilibrium, not even in excess that there is funds going into reserves or addressing the unfunded water deficit that we do currently have, it would need to nearly double the rates. So this is something as well that staff are being extremely mindful of while going through discussions around what is the Potawatomi water system supply going to look like in the future, and something we are highlighting and being very mindful of in those discussions. That is what we had for the water systems. Are there any other questions on our water funded budget? See none. So next we will move into our tax funded budget. So just for a bit of context, a change of $100,000 to the tax levy would have an approximate impact of 0.72% to the municipal tax rate. And that's taking into account the known assessment growth that we do have to date. It is not making any assumptions on what future growth may be. It only takes into account known assessment growth. And a change of 1% to the municipal tax rate would have a levy change of approximately $138,000. So as a snapshot as to what we will be looking at today, we do have a levy increase of $807,885 when applied to and taking into account growth to date. That does work out to approximate 4.76% increase in the municipal tax levy. I can't provide any context as to what the combined tax rate will be because that is pending ministry and county tax rates. Looking at our first kind of segment here, we have development and infrastructure services. So this is the administration aspect of that. So it includes your planning, engineering, and building department. Salaries and benefits. Throughout the year, they did have a vacant building inspector position, as well as we did have our vacant chief building official position, which is what is resulting in the large deficit being shown, or surplus, being shown as the salaries and benefits. 2026 budget does take into account the results of the non-union market check, and it has the 2% cost of living included on that to determine it. When we were anticipating and budgeting for 2025, we had used an estimated 6. However, overall, it worked out to be about 3, which is why you see a decrease in that, even though we would have an increase in cost of living. Professional development for 2025, we still need to allocate some expenditures related to the township's cultural program that are currently included in the estimated actuals of corporate services in the office of the CAO. So you will see an overage when we get to that slide in their administration. A portion of that will be allocated here. However, we do still anticipate there will likely be a surplus around professional development here. And again, that is partially related to the vacancies that we did experience from a staffing perspective. We don't have the staff to complete the professional development. It is not being spent. Materials and supplies, a large portion of what this is reflective of is our subscription to Cloud Permit for the building services. It also includes some incidental materials and supplies which may be specifically needed for this department. An example of what that may be is materials for posting of a public notice. 2025, our communications, it's showing as being under budget right now. In late 2024, early 2025, we did switch providers. So we did receive at the beginning of the year a larger credit associated with that switch. So 2026 budget, we are adjusting it to be the actual reflection of the monthly cost. So we do have received savings. However, 2026 budget, we do anticipate the annual cost to be $3,150. In this department, it includes advertising for public notices, our new community improvement plan program for CIP, and committee of adjustment, the citizen honorariums associated with that. And the costs associated with our vehicle, our vehicle that is specific for building and allocated to our building, the fuel, repairs, maintenance, and insurance on it.
Okay, just backtrack, I think we skipped over professional fees on that one. Is that where we had the contract with the city for part of the year for buildings? For inspections?
Yes, that is correct. The overage in 2025 professional fees is related to, from the vacant chief building official position, our contract with RSM and or the city of Owen Sound. It also has our in-house assistance with planning.
Okay.
Yeah, salaries and benefits, are you doing vacancy management right now? Are you sort of, planning on replacing some of those places midway through the year? Like, is that why the deviation there is 6,285 lower? Or I'm just wondering, what's the idea there? This is the CAO's office, or no, this is Infrastructure Services Administration. So, yeah, are we looking at getting people back, or?
We do have one vacant position right now, we're being building inspector.
Yeah.
The chief building official that vacancy was filled sometime, I think it was July, May, something around there. Which means we still have one remaining vacant position, being the building inspector under that program. We do have an existing employee who's training for that, but she's not quite at that level yet. So there's that variance is probably what you're seeing here.
Okay. So I guess my question is, have you sort of built in, if you think midway through the year you'll be replacing, or the person who moves up, for example, is that in here, or is that a surprise for later on?
Through you, both 2025 and 2026 budget is reflective of the full FTE, full-time employment complement that we take into account even in the instance of a vacancy. We do still budget for that FTE's salaries and benefits.
That's a good answer.
Are there any? So how do we pay for our development and infrastructure? So this has the operating component, which is what we just were looking at, the capital component, which we were looking at earlier today. So the $6,705,000 is the capital expenses that we are expecting to incur in 2026 for development and infrastructure initiatives and programs. So if we go back to our earlier materials, you can see on the sides where we've tried to allocate out what are those projects. We do have grants that are within this department for the capital standpoint. This is your OCIF grant, Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. We are being told we're going to have another decrease in that, unfortunately. That we'll continue to work with them to see if there are ways that we can. However, that is one of the grants that is linked to the capital funding and asset management plan. User fees, you will see a decrease in the anticipated revenue for that. We have had a decreasing trend on our planning application as well as building permit application, which has resulted in lower revenue being applied. A lot of that decrease is around your building specific department. So reserves, we have, that is mostly for your capital expenses. However, there is a couple operating components that will be funded from reserves, being your CIP program, that is the $20,000 as directed. And then we do have a operating deficit anticipated for the building department function of this. That is about $165,000 that we are anticipating. And again, that's because of the decrease in the nature of our applications for building permits. That would be funded from your building permit stabilization reserve, which is expected and anticipated to have that cyclical nature associated with it. So we may be at a low right now, but it is likely that trends will change in the coming years. And then we have our tax levy. The tax levy part is only reflective of the tax levy that is required for engineering and planning. Building does not impact your tax levy. Next up, we have our Community Environmental Services Administration. So I do want to highlight the 2 rows of utilities and communications and materials and supplies. The numbers associated with them need to be flipped. So the 183,000 budget for that is shown right now as materials and supplies is actually for utilities and communications. So the headings got misapplied on that, so I apologize for that.
Sorry, so is it 107?
Materials
Am I reading that right? Yeah.
Materials and
Okay.
supplies is 107.
Okay, thanks.
250. When looking at this department, 2026 budget, it is based on the full FTE count, taking into account the results of the non-union market check. And this department is the one that is largest impacted from your new collective agreement that was passed by bylaw. We have taken into account those changes that would come into play partway through the year for the union purposes and taken any statutory changes around CPP, EI benefits, taking those into account. So the report that you did receive did highlight that we were anticipating approximately a 70,000, I believe, increase related specifically to that collective agreement, which is why you see the larger increase there. So utilities and communications, the 2025 overage is largely due to an increase around our usage of our community centers, which are included in this department. There has been an offsetting increase in our user fee revenue to account for this. The user fee revenue has been larger than the offsetting increase in utilities. So overall, you have netted out to be higher revenue. 2026 budget has been, we are proposing a slight increase in it to account for what we anticipate to be the continued annual increase in usage. Taking into account, we recognize that there was one party that was using our facility throughout the month of August more heavily that we know won't be continuing. So we are eliminating that proposed amount and not taking that into account for future years, as we know it's not guaranteed. Materials and supplies. The overage here is due to a reflectivity test and the failures that did come out of that, which required more of our signs to be replaced than we had originally anticipated to make sure that they were proper and safe signs. Repairs and maintenance, the 2025 overage, we have unfortunately quite a few failures throughout our buildings. We have some aging infrastructure that have required some larger repairs. These include our air conditioning unit at the Sarlacc shop, additional light repairs throughout the administrative or throughout various buildings, additional cleaning supplies that were required due to our increased use at our facilities, a door FOB lock needed replaced at the shop. We had some unanticipated compressor breakdowns and a water heater replacement that were required at the Shell Lake Community Center. 2026, we are trying to adjust for some of that aging infrastructure, knowing that as things get older, unfortunately, they need more repairs and materials. We do have a couple capital projects around our, I believe it was our boiler replacements at Shell Lake Community Center to have as a larger project there and address some of that. When looking at professional fees, the 2025 overage was due to contracted services at different locations, being for mat cleaning, or mat cleaning, water testing, elevator monitoring, and office cleaning in general. We are adjusting for some of that. We anticipate that the 2025 estimated actuals won't continue to be that high. So it's, we are seeing a slight adjustment, slight increase in that, and not to the full amount of the estimated 2025 actuals. Insurance, we have taken into account the 5% decrease that our rep had discussed with this council at the October meeting. And then other, so this includes principal and interest repayments on your Y recreation loan, which is why it seems higher, and porta potty rentals at municipal outdoor spaces. So the decrease in that is associated with your decrease in your loan balance and the interest associated with that.
Councillor Shelby?
I have no questions. I have a comment. I think it's smart to budget a little bit higher for repairs and maintenance for fixing off. I think it's smart. Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one question on the Shell Lake Community Center there on the ice time. What are we charging for hourly rate on ice time right now?
So busy you can't get in here.
I know.
Don't even think.
Yeah.
For you, our prime time ice rental, which is Monday to Fridays, 5 to midnight, and all day Saturdays and Sundays, it's $140 per hour. If you are looking at a non-prime rental, it's $86 per hour.
Midnight?
Oh, it's really good. It's very
Thanks.
competitive. Yeah. I could, I just, I think that, if you could go back to that slide, please, yeah. I think, first of all, I think you've done a great job of building everything in. I think it's really smart. I'm mildly concerned that 6 out of 8 of those line items, our 2026 budget is lower than 2025 actuals. It's sort of almost disrespecting history. You know, if that's what it did look like, why isn't there a good chance of looking like that this year? I think what that's doing is sort of gambling and saying that 2025 was an exceptionally bad year. And it could be true, but it could not be true too. So anyways, I mean, the difference isn't huge, but like I said, 6 out of 8 of those items were gambling that will be less this year. So unless they were just one-off, you know, replacements that were done, and you know, and we don't anticipate any more of those to come up, I think it's somewhat wishful thinking, to be honest. But I think you've done a great job.
In discussion with the department, some of these they don't anticipate to continue. So I think some insurance in that. Looking at insurance, our provider has indicated that 5% decrease is expected for the renewals. That is why that one is lower than estimated actuals.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that one there. Yeah, exactly. And that's material. 71,000 matters.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the utilities and communications, that was with the track being at the Shadow Lake Arena just for this past season. For you, it is part of the attack being there in August, being a warmer month. Your hydro and utilities to keep ice in do go higher. Attack has indicated they won't be there again, but so we've tried to take that part out when determining what the actual 2026 amounts will be. We're still trying to take into account not only for Shell Lake, but for our other facilities, the increased usage that they have also been experiencing. Our Kemble Arena is now being used much more frequently with pickleball, so we have adjusted that to be more in line with where actuals are, because we do anticipate that continued use to be in place for 2026.
So did you say I didn't quite hear, the attack has confirmed or has not confirmed that they'll be?
They were only there because of the big short, yeah.
Sorry,
They won't be back, yep.
When looking at some different programs that this department kind of offers, we do have our road maintenance. So this includes loose top, hard top, roadside brushing, spraying and safety, invasive species and private road program. 2025 underage is largely driven by the guide rail project being quoted lower than what we had anticipated, and savings that were identified in the sweeping contract being lower. And we also, with the recent capital projects we've been completing on our sidewalks, there was not as many repairs needed to them in nature because they are a bit more newer infrastructure. We do still have some older sidewalks that we like to keep some repairs and maintenance available for those, and there is the event that a new sidewalk may also fail, so there was efficiencies, savings identified there. The 2026 increase, $40,000 of that increase is due to the one-time ash borer tree funding, which is coming from reserves. So it may look like a larger increase, but 40,000 of that is related to the ash borer. Drainage, the 2025 underage is largely driven by smaller culverts being replaced opposed to some larger culverts. We had no larger culverts that were required to be replaced during 2025. However, we do like to budget for at least a couple larger culvert replacements, as those culverts being larger in nature are larger in cost. We're still determining some requirements that may be needed under our consolidated linear infrastructure and environmental compliance approval. So we are still recommending to maintain the 2026 budget to be slightly higher than that 2025 estimated actuals, pending the results of that analysis. So to ensure we have funds available to meet any deficiencies. Winter control. This budget line is reflective only of our external costs. It doesn't take into account staff costs here for presentation purposes. You'll see 2025 estimated actuals are expected to be higher than budget. We had a very harsh start to our 2025 winter at the beginning of this year. We don't know how it's going to end for the next month and a half. Estimated actuals are based on the same assumption that it will be the same as the start. So that number may fluctuate or change depending on what the next month and a half in essence brings us. Recognizing that 2024-2025 winter season was harsher than what it had been in previous years, maybe not as harsh as it had been going back 10-15 years, but we don't know what for certainty will come. So the 5-year average of what we're looking at for actuals is what we've used as a basis for budgeting purposes. You do have your environmental stabilization reserve, so we do have funds available if our expectation for what a 2025-2026 winter season might look like and a 2026-27 winter season might look like. So we'll continue to gather some data around that to inform future budgets.
Yes, is this winter control, like, is this literally salt, fuel, things like that, like, just to put it in
So
perspective?
this is our external contracts that do some roads,
Okay,
have some roads for us as well as some sidewalks. And then it is the material cost of sand and salt.
okay, so both of those, cool. Okay, and those are adjusted for cost of fuel and things like that right now that we do know.
Fuel is actually included in our fleet and equipment
Okay,
line. It's not specifically in our winter control line.
so it's really broken up. It'd be really hard to find out what their costs. Fair enough. That's fair.
So next we have our streetlights. During 2025, Hydro One completed an audit of our streetlights within Cobble Beach, and it was identified that we had not historically been paying for all of the streetlights that were on our assumed roads. So we will be having to adjust that moving forward. So that is what is driving the increase in budget here.
Just out of curiosity, who would be paying for them?
So, can I just make a remark about that? So we just talked about not having development charges, so developers would make sure all the infrastructure is in place in the places they're developing, but yet we're in charge of the streetlights.
These are on roads that we have assumed.
Right, but they were roads that were constructed for that development.
Yes,
Specifically.
we assume
Within the
the road,
development.
we assume everything associated with it.
So we did make a decision years ago on streetlights that the township, because prior to 5-6 years ago, we billed out to everybody their cost of the streetlights and realized that it was taking way more staff time than the $20,000 that it was costing for the hydro for those streetlights. So we just carry them in the budget rather than paying staff. It made more sense from a time perspective.
In relation to your first question, when we had assumed the road, we were provided a number on the number of streetlights that were associated with our assumption of the road. That's what we had been paying on. When the audit occurred, it was additional streetlights there that we hadn't been paying for. So the assumption is the developer at the time had been paying for them and had not advised of the correct number to be transferred. Fleet and equipment. There's a large overage here. We do have our fuel in here, which it is over into the winter that we did experience and was running. There was also some large repairs required to vehicles, so I'm going to read through some of what those were just for council's information. Our 2008 CAT backhoe required front end work, bushing pins, axle milling. The 2012 International had many small items and constant trips to Lewis for max force engine issues, low power deteriorating. 2013 International had a 18,000 transmission and it had brakes and suspension completed. 2015 International had max force engine issues, EGR valve, new injectors for about 20,000. The 2015 backhoe had front axle milling and repairs. Our 2019 grader, new tires, brush bushings, and mold board siding. Some of our fleet had not been receiving historically routine maintenance in the last few years. Staff were working to rectify that to ensure that the equipment was safe for continued usage. We did have, I believe, one plow truck that did not pass its annual safety, which will be disposed of when we have our new plow truck, which I believe has been delivered. I think so. But it is not the one that is in your budget. The one that is in your list of projects won't be delivered until late 2026 or 2027. So it's not that plow truck that is listed in the projects. I believe we do have it in our possession.
The plow truck that is deteriorated, is it scrap or gut deal, or how are you gonna get rid of it?
I believe the intention is to try on drug deals, but I don't know for certain what we may get from it.
Okay, thanks. Just curious on the max force trucks, you mentioned twice having issues, motor issues. Any warranty work done on that, or is it strictly at our cost for max force motor? And have we done our homework on the max force, whether we order any more or go to a different engine?
I would assume based on the years of those vehicles being 2015 and 2012, warranty has expired. As for analysis on that engine, I'm not able to comment.
I don't believe they make that engine anymore for those reasons.
Probably good.
Go ahead.
This is kind of operational. I don't want to ever, step in that territory because it's, but for information's sake, is there somebody looking after sort of preventative maintenance? Are they making recommendations to the organization? Are they, that are factored into these numbers, for example? It just sounds like a lot of break fix where, I'm not saying maintenance would have avoided it, but maintenance would have detected it, it would have been less of, let's say, an emergency, possibly, except for the engines, the engines. But is that possible to answer that?
For you, I will do my best. So we do have in the room with us our asset management coordinator, which that is part of what we look at from an asset management. When is those routine maintenance? We also have our road supervisor and lead hands that are also physically seeing the vehicles. We're still implementing a program called Maintenance Manager. Once that is fully implemented, it will automatically have work orders issued to advise when we think something may be coming due for an inspection. That can be based on usage of kilometers, a history and timeline that maybe every 5 years is when something is needed. So we are in the process of implementing some of that. Right now, it is unfortunately a bit more reactionary in nature, but we do hope to get to the point where it is more of that futuristic and pre-planning as to when these events may occur.
Is maintenance manager, is that tell us a bit more about that, like what is that?
So through you, it is part of our citywide PSD bundle. So PSD citywide is what we use for the tracking of our assets from a capital asset standpoint, as well as an asset management standpoint. So maintenance manager is a module within that provides for a work order system, so that a staff member, typically it's within our operations or recreation facilities, they can come in, look at what they've been assigned to work on in a day, go take pictures, gather information about it, and then close it out and finish a loop. So we're hopeful that it will also have integration with our citizen portal, or Engage GB, sorry, not necessarily the citizen. Engage GB to fulfill that loop and having a complaint come in and creating a work order, the investigation part.
That's great. Yeah, okay, cool.
Next, we have our garbage and recycling. You'll see there is a large decrease in this. Beginning 2026, recycling is moving to the province, excuse me. Our recycling costs historically have been about $263,000. You'll see that's not the amount of the decrease here. Although we are having recycling move to the province, we're also going to be facing a large increase in our waste collection costs, which the contract is still being negotiated for council's consideration. So we are estimating at this time what that increase will be partway through the year. The garbage and recycling program would still see the township's contribution to the household hazardous waste day in Onsound, as well as the Onsound yard waste site. And it also includes the cost of garbage disposal and collection, insurance, and monitoring of our closed landfill site that we do have.
Does the garbage and recycling number here, is that representative of the Green Bin program that was also?
The 721,000.
That's
yeah, it does include the green bed component as we know the cost to be right now.
Is the transition to provincial recycling anticipated to go smoothly for the township?
Takes drink.
I can use that answer on that one. So as of January 1st, all of the commercial-based properties or residential commercial-based properties will no longer have curbside collection as part of the provincial transition. There will be a staff report coming to council next week to outline some options for council as we move to this transition. Ultimately, it is up to council if you wish to extend the service to commercial-based properties. Obviously, that comes at a very high cost point, one that is arguably just not justifiable for a municipality that's our size. Currently, there's a handful of commercial-based properties that are predominantly mixed commercial residential that have just always had recycling collection as part of our municipal bi-weekly collection or weekly collection. So we are looking at temporarily extending those services to those handful of mixed residential based properties just to facilitate a smoother transition. On a wider scale throughout the province, I don't really anticipate a smoother transition, truthfully, but we're doing what we can locally to help at least the small businesses that are located within Georgian Bluffs throughout the transition.
For you, next program is Sports and Arena Subsidy. So this is the township's reimbursement, the 75% reimbursement of the non-resident minor sports fee that is paid for ONSAD. We are looking at having it slightly transitioned in how it is provided, in the sense that users, yes, they still have to go to ONSAD to pay the 25%. However, Georgian Bluffs will directly pay City of ONSAD the 75% to eliminate the act of them having to go, come back, submit an application, then us having a check for that. There is also going to be discussions around a broader recreation agreement. I don't know what that's going to look like, but that information would come back to council for a broader discussion around a recreation agreement with Owen Sound.
What sports, I ask this question every year, but I'm going to keep asking it. What sports does that 75% reimbursement apply to? Is it broad, or are we talking about?
It's very broad.
It is, okay. I just want to make sure it's, you know, because not all kids want to play hockey or baseball. Some of them want to swim, be on the swim team. Some of them want to be on the competitive ski team. Some of them want to curl competitively. And I just want to make sure we're not being archaic in our thinking and slotting people into, you know, the half a dozen sports that were available to us when we were kids. It's different now.
So, so this isn't a choice that we make to subsidize. This is a choice that we refund for out of area cost supply. So that's not a perfect science, because then it relies on what areas or what organizations that the city of Owen Sound puts that charge onto them. So that sounds like a confusing answer, but it's really not. So I didn't know swimming was one of them. So I've just learned that. I would say some skating programs and not others. So some skills groups and not others. So it's not a perfect, I think it relies upon when the city says to an organization renting the facility, thou shalt charge out of area fees to this group. So that's the ones I know. You're saying swimming, soccer, lacrosse, hockey. I know at least one skills camp that is doing it. So it's not.
And we're talking about swimming, that's swimming lessons only, right? It's not competitive.
From my understanding, it's really just their method of you know, having out-of-towners help subsidize the facility. So anything that uses the facilities significantly should be paying that fee, because out-of-towners should be. But it's a one-time fee for your child. Well, it's twice yearly, right? It's 2 different seasons. One applies to summer and one applies to winter. But it covers all the sports that they're in. So if my daughter's in you know, soccer in Owen Sound in the summer, and also on a swim team that uses the Y, you know, it's only one fee for her for the summer. And then in the winter, if she plays for the Ice Hawks, we're again, you know, paying that fee again.
But what I hear in the CAOs is we don't have a lot of choice in that. It's all set by the city of Owen Sound.
Right. So it's I thought I would just say, you know, what are we choosing to subsidize? Right. This is applied cost, not choice to subsidize, I guess is what I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and this is one that kind of got my eye too, because as we know, the whole hockey world is switched and how guys play hockey now and where you play hockey. And, you know, Chantrell and Aaron Ellerslie and Saugeen Shores are one outfit now. They're one group. Yeah, so it gets messy when you say Katie Arena. Who are we actually looking at? So we're actually looking at, well, are guys here playing in Katie, or are they actually playing in Saugeen Shores? We don't know where they're going. So I think it's something that does need to be relooked at and how it all plays out. But I understand the Owen Sound piece of it, I guess, to a degree. But again, you have the right to go play in Owen Sound if you want to go play there. No.
True, but you're right. I did through Madam Mayor. You do highlight Tri-Center Attack organization as an example. They use facilities in Lions Head, Wyerton, Shallow Lake, Owen Sound. Unless somebody tells me, are the Ice Hawk or the?
You're talking about the Bolts, like the new.
No, the Attack. So the Owen Sound, Shallow Lake, Wyerton amalgamation.
That's the Bolts organization. So that's it's not deal.
It's the Tri-Center Attack, which is an amalgamation of Owen Sound, Shallow Lake, and Wyerton.
Yeah, we're the Grey Bruce Girls out here.
Yeah.
So they use so the Grey Bruce.
That's the one that's the evaluation.
So that's an amalgamation of Erin Elderslie, Saugeen Shores, and Chatsworth.
That's right.
So the ones using our
Oh, I'm
facility
sorry,
is the
gotcha.
Tri-Center TAC. Yeah,
Yeah.
so the Tri-Center TAC uses Shallow Lake, Wyerton, Lions Head, Owen Sound. As far as I know, I don't think they use any others, but you're right. So then Owen Sound residents are using North Bruce Peninsula, South Bruce Peninsula, and Jordan Bluffs, and Owen Sound. So it has kind of changed the climate there.
Well, you got Shell Lake in there too, right?
Shell Lake is in there, yes.
So that's a prime example of us. We could have a whole team at One Sound skaters out there with the One Sound or Tri-City.
So take our team for an example that my son plays on this week, we've used Owen Sound, Shallow Lake, and Wyerton facilities this week.
But some of this comes back to, so the parents are charged by the city when they register. They then come to us for that refund. Not all parents come through for the refund, I don't think.
Correct.
So it really lands on the parents.
We may see a slight increase around that. I can't provide any context as to what that increase is going to be because we don't know who is not applying. The large actual driving factor within this line's increase is linked to our agreement with Katy or Township of Chatsworth, whereby we fund 50% of any deficit within the operations of the Katy Arena. That is what is meant by the Katy Arena agreement.
Which I certainly understood that piece, but when's that agreement?
Yeah.
And ever?
For you, I do not believe it has an expiry date.
So we've had this discussion many times and we're still no further ahead with that.
It goes back to that one-page derby agreement that we had.
But Councilor Pringle brings up a good point, that is, and you don't want to see everybody end up just charging everybody. But when you start looking at hockey, for example, it ends up being that, that my child could be playing over in Erin Elderslie for the most part. So should we be remitting to them? And should they be remitting to us when their kids play over with our organizations? Because now there's no borders in local league hockey at all. And then there are these umbrella organizations that take up 3 different municipalities, plus some. Like we were renting places down in Markdale and so forth as TCMHA. So it's really confusing. Should we be remitting to them as well?
Lots of kids in Georgian Bluffs are playing for the group.
All over it, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's
It is need to broader discussion around that because of those transitions and stuff. Yes. Something to be looking at in the future. Our rail trail, the 2025 override was due to additional fencing work that was required during 2025. We don't anticipate that to continue, which is why there is no adjustment in the budget there for the rail trail. Looking at our tennis courts at Oak Launch, the proposed budget decrease is due to the insurance and the 5% decrease on insurance.
Never see that.
When looking at how do we pay for all of these, we have our operating expenses, which are what we just looked at, the capital expenses, and then how we pay for it. So the grants, the 2026 budget number here does include the CSRIF grant amount that we have been told we're going to be getting, being the $825,000. It also includes funds from Aggregate Resource Trust. As the township has gravel pits within our boundaries, we do receive a fee or a revenue source based on the extraction that occurs at each pit each year. And then our drainage superintendent grant. So although it is going up, it's not going up by the $825,000 because we are also losing a grant that we had historically been receiving for recycling. As we are no longer doing recycling, we will no longer be receiving grant revenue under the CMO. So that is why the increase is not that full $825,000 that we will be getting from the grant. User fees, although we have been experiencing an increase in our facility rentals of about $33,000 a year, This increase is being offset by a reduction that we're going to be having, as we likely won't be able to have bag tag revenue anymore, moving to a cart-based system. We are looking at how we can implement some fees for that cart-based system. But right now, we don't anticipate it being a large amount for the revenue for the user fees, which is why overall the user fees have shown a decrease. Reserves, this is largely due to our portion of the capital projects, especially under those CSRIF grants, plus the other projects. It does have a bit of operating reserve revenue being for the one-time brushing to address the ash borer trees, being $40,000. And council, you have directed for a 1.5 maximum levy impact for waste. So we do have to withdraw some funds to maintain that 1.5 from our waste management special project reserve, which is meant to be a stabilization reserve of about $85,000 in revenue there to make sure that the tax levy impact is just that 1.5%. Next up, we have councils. So we do have for 2025 salaries and benefits, there were some underages due to some council vacancies that have occurred. The council remuneration committee will be presenting at an upcoming meeting in relation to the next term of council's proposed remuneration. Looking at the change in meeting frequency and taking into account a 2% cost of living increase, staff feel that the current 2025 budget will be sufficient for 2026 purposes and have made no amendments there. There may be some potential increases if council does endorse the committee's recommendation that will play a factor for the last month and a half of 2026, but it would be a small impact that likely will be offset already because of our meeting frequency change. Mileage, with a change in meeting frequency, we are anticipating a reduction in mileage. We also do have the opportunity to participate virtually. During COVID, that was a almost forced option, but it is still an option that does play a bit of a factor on the mileage claims. There has been more of an incline over the last couple of years to be in person when able, so maintaining some of that mileage budget to allow for it. Professional development, 2025 is underspent due again to a vacancy and some members of council not utilizing their full allotment through the year. Donations, this is linked directly to an agreement that the township has with the Derby Kilsyth Seniors Pioneer Club, where the agreement specifically states we are to invoice and provide back a donation for the amount of the rental revenue for the year. So that is why it is shown as two separate, and it is outside of our donation policy and our fee waiver policy because of that standing agreement. So in our community environmental services, in the user fee revenue, we do account for the revenue from this group. And then here is where we have the offsetting donation, in essence, for it. And then
Other, just stop, does it make sense to leave that in there? Or should that, after all these years, be part of the general budget rather than sitting in council?
the reason it is in council is because it is tied to a council agreement. And get moved to another one for presentation.
Well, that was my thought.
It can get moved to another one for presentation purposes, but the amount will exist still.
I don't see it as fitting under council.
No, I think that's why I'm asking. And council could make these agreements all day long. They don't all need to land in under shown as our budget. It might be better showing as part of a community outreach type thing.
We don't have a donations category.
No, go ahead.
Mayor. We don't have a donations category in the community services funding. Should we?
Through you, your current donation policy is that we do not provide any donations.
That's correct, but then we went ahead and approved a donation to the Student Climate Action Conference. So I feel a bit conflicted about that, and maybe that's a discussion for another day, but again, I guess it's just where that budget line item falls.
That donation came out of the climate fund though, didn't it?
Through you, yes.
We tied it to that one.
Climate change reserve. But yes, I do
Yeah,
understand.
but it's still a donation and we still have a policy, so it's just something I just need to wrap my head around. Yes.
And then our other, this includes some general council expenses such as the meals for the strategic sessions that may occur. These are also options if you wish to reallocate that to just general overall, opposed to having in council. Next up, we have our Office of the CAO and Corporate Services. So this is your CAO's office, Human Resources, Legislative Services, Financial Services, and Bylaw. Salaries and benefits, you do see an underage here. That is due to some staff vacancies. We did have a couple turnovers, not many. Some of those vacancies, all of those vacancies, I think actually have been since fulfilled. It was just a timing difference on when someone had departed versus onboarded. 2026 budget, that is based on the results of the market check and taking into account known statutory changes that are occurring for the 2026 years. Professional development, you will see that this is being shown as 2025 being over budget. That is, again, due to some of those cultural program expenses needing to be reallocated. Even after that is reallocated, we do anticipate that this will still be over the 2025 budget. We did have throughout 2025 some additional, what we anticipate to be one-time costs with new staff completing some additional professional development through their duties of employment and ensuring that we are compliant with property standards and in having someone certified within that. The increase here is linked to the increase in new 1 FTE. That is the same amount that we budget for. Computer and equipment. There is another large overage here. We saw an increase in our third-party IT services, unfortunately. So staff are in the process of reevaluating the service contract to mitigate these costs and ensure that they don't continue into 2026. The overage, they're also due to some software costs. As part of our enterprise resource planning in HR, we're going to be taking that fulsome look at what all softwares do we have to try and mitigate those costs. We do have some softwares that do one thing very great, but there may be another software out there that can do a more fulsome suite of what the township needs at a combined cost, opposed to multiple softwares having multiple costs.
That's over $100,000 in overage. I don't understand. Can you drill down? Like, is there some sort of a multi-year software renewal that had to take place, or was this was an incident to your third-party IT company that cost $10,000 a month? Was it? It just seems very unlikely.
If I may, through you, Mayor Compton, I wanted to take a minute to address the overage regardless, and thank you for the question, Councilor McComb. What you see here is a combination of a few lines, both our IT service contract, our computer hardware budget, as well as our software budget. So you see a combination of 3 different things here. So it is a slight, or not slight, it is an overage in 2 of the lines that results in the overages that you see in front of you. We did back off on the overall spending for the hardware throughout the organization to ensure that the overage wasn't too substantial, and recognizing that it is substantial, but we did do some some work internally to use our existing equipment rather than replace on our regular schedule. So we did do some work internally to try and offset these costs for council and the community. With that being said, I have already renegotiated our contract with our service provider to bring down the cost on an annual basis. Now, with that being said, IT costs are something that are continuously climbing. Something that we're going to have to continue to plan for increases on an annual basis, simply because of the environment that surrounds IT and the confidential and personal information that this township holds as part of our day-to-day business. So it is part of a risk management exercise as well, and ensuring that we do have the appropriate resources dedicated to protect that equipment that we hold and that our residents entrust to us to hold. You'll recall that in 2024, we did have a brief but managed security breach. So in 2025, we did do kind of fulsome sweep to ensure that everything was top notch from our cybersecurity perspective to ensure that that doesn't happen again. So I don't see that continuing through 2026, but it is something that I did feel needed to happen to ensure that our cybersecurity portfolio was held to the highest standard. Now, with that being said, Samantha has already touched on the software piece. So this software line is all encompassing. Every software that this township has is allocated to this line. Now, I did ask Sam and her team to do an analysis of what do we even have? What softwares do we have? Where are the opportunities to bundle or cancel or merge softwares together? So for example, we have 3 different components of cloud proving. So does it make sense to continue to pay 3 separate costs for the same software? Is there an opportunity to bundle and see some cost savings, especially from a cloud perspective? So we are undertaking that exercise now to ensure that we don't see such a substantial increase in the future.
Yeah, awesome, thank you.
Next up, we have your materials and supplies. So the 2025 overage is partially due to the Canada Post strike, whereby we did have to utilize alternative mailing options, which had a higher cost than that of Canada Post. So there was some required materials that we did have to send at the higher premiums. Professional fees, so this includes external legal advice, our annual audit, external bylaw support in the absence of our FTE, and staff memberships that are paid for on behalf of the staff member by the township. The 2025 overage is largely due to legal costs with ongoing litigation at this time. Our other in here includes third-party administrative fees associated with the tax sale costs. These are fully recuperated by those users that are experiencing the tax sale process, and communications. The 2026 proposed increase is largely due to communications and the implementation of more staff cell phones throughout the administrative department. When looking at the,
I'll wait till you're done with this slide before I move on to the. You are? Okay. I noticed in the last slide, under council, you had delineated the actual cost of integrity commissioner services. For this one, I'm assuming it's lumped in here under professional services. Like do we also get charged for when staff utilize the expertise of our integrity commissioner? Because I'm sure we're spending more than $10,000 on the integrity commissioner a year. Would be my guess. I could be wrong.
For you, we only have one line for integrity commissioner, and it is the one that is shown in council.
That's the total that we get charged for their service.
Thus far, we're taking an estimate in what we may have for the remainder of the year, and I can't comment on if they are behind in invoicing.
But they also, in their invoicing, make no indication of where that complaint or issue is coming from.
Well, no, I understand that because of confidentiality. What I've asked for before is a report from them and staff were going to take this forward and report back. I may have missed a meeting and may have missed this, but of course, we're not looking for specific examples. But what we were looking for is a breakdown of investigations, education, staff consultations, council consultations, just to get a better idea. But if our total bill from them is only around 10,000, then I don't know that that's necessary. I just anticipated it being much higher than that.
So I think where I was making the comment is when those invoices come in, they don't show whether that came from a staff or from a council member. So it's just all lumped. So it would be another one that I question being in council, because it is for everybody that's going to put anything in through the integrity commissioner.
I agree with that. Other councils have requested a breakdown of where we're spending our money on that particular resource or consultation, and they've been able to get that breakdown. So it's not about invoices. Invoices are invoices. They're bare bones. Here's what you owe. Here's what we expect you to pay us. What I was looking for is more of a report of how that money is spent. But as I said, if it's only 10,000, I don't think that's that.
Can we take that one away?
I mean, you took it away, staff took it away before, but we haven't heard anything back. So if it's
So
not.
where was that report requested or directed? Yeah.
Thank you through you. I can confirm that it was a conversation that was had, a direction that was provided. We routinely meet with the IC, not on a frequent basis, but just to touch base once or twice a year. I have one of those that's upcoming. They do have a few email correspondence from me that they want to follow up on, and that will be addressed during that meeting with them.
Yeah, that was my idea, was take away, go back to the direction, and we'll bring it back up.
I just anticipated the cost to be much higher, so that's why I thought it was more relevant. Under professional fees, so you referenced legal. Is there what else falls under that?
Through you, professional fees also includes legal counsel, our annual external audit, external bylaw support during the absence of our full-time FTE to ensure that we still have bylaw coverage, and staff memberships. And overall township memberships as well, sorry.
So you're talking about professional fees for staff? Okay. Thank you.
Next up, different programs that kind of fall under this department include cemeteries. So the underage that we are experiencing right now is due to some savings on our service contract fees. We do still have cemeteries open, some, no.
For a few more weeks.
For a couple more weeks. So there may be a few more additional expenditures that we do receive invoices for. Animal control, the 2025 overage that is shown here is due to an increase in predatory activities that we've had experienced during 2025. We can't know for certain if that will continue in 2026. When looking at a 5-year average of actuals, the amount that was there did result in a slight decrease around it. Elections, the proposed increase that is here is because you do have an election coming next year and the additional costs associated with that. The additional costs do not impact your tax levy. They are funded from your elections stabilization reserve. For emergency protection, so this includes the township's health and safety program and emergency plan compliance. The decrease in that is due to our costs that are associated with our emergency plan external support. In the event of an emergency, it may increase. However, you do have your emergency stabilization reserve if that is to occur. Emergency services, this includes your police and fire. So we had mentioned that the police aspect is being capped at the 11% increase for OPP purposes, and an $800 increase for our participation in the OPP Joint Detachment Board. Fire, we discussed the ITFD 3.68% increase and the large increase on our contribution to South Bruce Peninsula. And it does also include our contract with Owen Sound for fire prevention services. Conservation, this includes the 3.4% increase to Grey Sauble, plus the annual increase that staff had approved, or council, sorry, had approved at a previous meeting around our source water protection agreement. Library, we see the 11.05% increase on our contribution to the library. Biodigester, you will see it going down. This is because our loan that we took out for the biodigester is being fully repaid in 2025. So we will have no principal or interest payments associated with that loan come next year. The amount that is shown as the 2026 budget is our contribution to the biodigester. Again, unfortunately, we weren't able to convene that board for them to receive their budget to know if that amount is what the board is endorsing. Stormwater management, this was the loan that you had for your brook drain. Again, that is one that is being paid off in 2025, so the principal and loan interest repayments have been eliminated. Short-term accommodations. There's a large underage for 2025. We did not receive as many formal complaints as what we had anticipated. Thereby, we are reducing some of the costs. Is there another report?
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Mayor Carlton. There will be an update report to council just first in the new year likely that outlines how the program essentially went in the first year, how many applications we received, how many licenses we provided, and it will likely be further to this reduction that we recommend reducing some of the avenues for receipt of complaints. Predominantly the 24/7 hotline, just given the cost of providing the service versus the amount of complaints that we received over the course of the couple of years that we've had the program. So all of that to say that's what will be.
Can I ask, maybe you guys, what does that refer to? I'm not familiar. Short-term accommodation. Sorry, it's my ignorance.
That refers to our short-term rental accommodations licensing program, so licensing of Airbnbs or Vrbo, those types of accommodations.
Cool, thank you.
The climate action program, so this is some funds for initiatives that are out of our corporate climate action plan, as well as our contracted individual that we do have the salaries and benefits associated with that. And then we have our new records management program that was endorsed at the October 22nd meeting.
I think we missed Cobble Beach sewage there and economic development.
So Cobble Beach sewage, I really didn't have much to say on it. We are a flow-through party for that, whereby we invoice the residents that are on that sewage plant, as we do not own, operate, or maintain the facility. We invoice it out, we collect it, we maintain a 5% administrative fee, and the remaining 95% goes to the owner of the treatment. And economic development, that was a new program in 2025 that council had endorsed to have a more presence from an economic standpoint within the township. And that is the funding source that has been utilized for our Bless baskets that we provided back in the summer, and then we're also going to be having a Christmas one too.
On that note, is there any sort of KPI for success, or is it a feel-good type program?
Mayor Carlton, we are in the process over the next year or so of developing our first economic development strategy, and I fully anticipate that strategy to lay out the KPIs for success for that program.
Under animal control, if John Doe farmer has a calf or a cow killed by wildlife code or whatever, is that where they would be paid from the municipality? My understanding is we would get reimbursed for a calf or cow that is killed by a wildlife pollutant, and if we can prove it, then that's something. But is that where they're paid from? Is this? Yeah, there. Okay, thank you.
And I don't mean to drag this on, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing some of the answers from the far end of the table. Just going back to Councillor McComb's question about KPIs, and I am 100% in favor of KPIs and seeing where we have some impact. If as council we don't see that our initiatives have some kind of proven outcome or benefit, then it's hard for us to justify continuing to support those initiatives. So I just wanted to lend support for that comment.
Next slide, when we look at how we are paying for council, offices of the CAO, and corporate services, we have our operating expenses, which is the summation of the 3 slides that we were looking for. Our capital programs. When looking at grants, this is where your Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant has been allocated, as well as the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. This is the government portion grant that we receive for those livestock claims. So there is a revenue associated with those predatory activities that we get the grant from the government for. User fees, so you will see an increase in this line. This is largely derived from finance-related user fees for fines and service charges and the penalty and interest on unpaid taxes. We have seen a historical increase in those, so we have adjusted to be the 5-year average of actuals. Reserves. This revenue is largely due to the capital projects. However, there are some operating components associated with it. Those include our reconciliation of the OPP costs that every year we pay for the next year's policing on an estimate. Then they will do a reconciliation on the 2 years before. So in this, for 2026 purposes, there may be a reconciling amount around 2024 policing costs that we would pull that 2024 portion from the reserve, at least maintaining the 2026, because in essence, our historical information was maybe incorrect. So that's why we use the stabilization reserve for it. We also have the climate action funds coming from that reserve. $60,000 associated with the election coming out of your election reserve, and the $5,000 for the one-time special events increase for the 25th celebration. When looking at other, this is your external interest revenue on your routine bank account. If it is a discretionary or an obligatory reserve account, those interest earned on those accounts are allocated out for those reserves. It's not the same for our normal reserves. That money is more fluid, and the reserve policy doesn't speak to allocating out reserve interest on those reserves to maintain a avenue for operation purposes of having some interest revenue there. There has been a decrease in prime interest rates, which is what has drove this decrease in interest revenue to be expected.
Before we go on here, I'm looking at the CEO. Did you have an update on the OAP funding there?
Yeah, I can give an up. So we talked about the OAP funding before, and I think there's a question about the criteria used. And so I had reached out to, see feverishly getting to that screen. I had reached out to our local representative to talk about, our appreciation for our funding and a recognition that somebody has to finish last, but at the risk of sounding ungrateful, we're curious about what criteria is used. So I did get the whole workbook, and so the 50-word answer that is not the breakdown of every single matrix piece is that it is a formulaic procedure that they go through, and the criteria that is used is the property assessment, so the property assessed value of the homes in a township, the number of households, the median household income. So some Statistics Canada information that's drawn is the number of households, the median household income, a rural and small community measure applied by the ministry, the percent of the population that is above the low income threshold, the employment rate in a community, the annual change of assessment over the last 5 years, the municipal land area, and the amount of area that is covered by farmland. So you can see that there's, each of these is broken into the formula that might be interesting to some. It might be really, maybe I've already bored some people, but that's the criteria that you're looking at. So it's not one thing or two things. It's a number of factors drawn from different places, and it appears to me, so we've had a question before about, the financial positioning of the township or administration to say how much debt you do or do not have doesn't appear to be part of this formulaic matrix. So that's an explanation of how we landed at where we did.
Do you mind just double checking their math on that? In your spare time.
I'm an arts and gym kid over here.
Next, we have our taxes levied for reserves. So this is funds that are coming from taxes going directly into reserves. Pursuant to the approved asset management plan, we have implemented the 1.5% capital reserve levy. So that is why you have a larger proposed increase. Staff using the asset management plan replacement costs, we're trying to estimate and make their best judgment on where these funds should be allocated. So when we look at the township as a whole now, not just individual departments, we have that our operating costs are budgeted for $16,464,925, $9.9 million in capital works for a total annual budget of $28.4 million. We get various grants from a operating standpoint, a capital standpoint. So we get about $2.2 million in grants. We have about slightly under $1.7 million in user fees, taking approximately $9.3 million from reserves. Although we are saying that right now, that is because all the materials today show that all projects would be funded from reserves. That number can and may come down depending on council's direction and feelings around including and incorporating debt for some of those capital projects. We have some other revenue being the investment income and then our tax levy, the combined $14,517,625. So I recognize numbers and graphs or numbers and tables are not everyone's favorite thing. We got some graphs here that are a little easier to look at and digest. We're trying to include some 2025 comparator information so you can see where some of these changes may be occurring. We have our breakdown of expenses. This is a high-level breakdown being from operating capital levied for reserves. We're rather consistent. There is some decreases around our operating with shifts in a higher capital number for projects than in 2025. Our levy for reserves is part of that shift as well. But it's slightly lower because we have an increase in the capital side when compared to 2025. To break down a bit more on where that goes, we have a more robust, yes, you could say, allocation of where that goes. So we have, again, showing that increase in our capital expenditures, slight decrease in our reserves, and then different services and segments. I know that some of these could have been broken up more, but also trying to maintain and not have the charts be even more busy than what they already are here. But there is capacity to further break it down, but we also didn't want to lose some of that and having it be too busy. Next, when we're looking at where does our revenue come from, most of it is our taxes. For both 2025 and 2026, most of where our overall revenue is coming from is our taxes. We do see an increase from 2025 to 2026 from our reserves. That is largely linked to the increase we have around the capital project expenditures. And the funding, proposed funding included in here today being from reserves, pending council's decision and discussions future on potential of debt funding. Ultimately, how did we resolve in that change? So when this is trying to take into, you had what your 2025 tax levy was. What's driving the change of that 807,000? So we've implemented a 1.5 asset management levy, a 1.5 waste management levy. We decreased what we thought was going to be some external revenue from investment income. That means we've seen an increase in what's required from our tax levy. On the offset, we've increased some of our user fees for tax-funded programs. So overall, user fees have went down, but a large chunk of that is because of the building, which does not impact taxes. So from a tax levy perspective, our user fees have increased, thereby decreasing the amount we need from tax levy. The increase in OMPF funded decreased the requirement from the tax levy. We have our large increase in expenditures around emergency services, being police and fire. The increase in the tax-funded salaries and benefits. Part of that is the introduction of a new FTE. The remaining part is the 2% cost of living, as well as changes in statutory benefits, being CPP, EI, OMERS contribution rates, EHT, WSIB rates, all of those. An increase in our IT and software licensing budgets. Increase in overall repairs and maintenance, utilities, and professional fees. We've decreased our drainage and road maintenance. We've removed our brook drain, our biodigester loan. We implemented a new records management program, and then some other changes. And those are kind of the large changes that have impacted on how we ended up with the tax levy for the proposed 2026 budget. So what does this mean for a resident? We have that our average single-family dwelling assessment is $300,000. I recognize that that does not mean the price of the home is $300,000. We are dealing from assessment purposes $2016, not $2025, $2024. So the province is aware of that lag in reassessment. They have not set a date on when a reassessment will occur. So I don't know when and how long we'll be stuck with this 2016 assessed dollar amount. So when we multiply the 2025 municipal tax rate by that single family dwelling assessment, we get that the municipal taxes, which is not total taxes, just looking at the municipality level here, $2,122. The estimated 2026 municipal tax rate, again, multiplied by that 300,000. The estimated municipal 2026 taxes are $2,223 for an estimated annual increase of $101.04. These rates and this amount may slightly change depending on what is set as a tax ratio policy by the county. However, I am not aware of large changes, save and except the transition from multi-residential to the equivalent to residential. However, because we don't have much multi-residential, the act of that impact being changed to be the same as residential has a very minimal 0.01% to the township. So where do those taxes go? It's a question that I get a lot of the time. So we have the 2025 breakdown and the 2026 estimated breakdown here. We've included the dollar amounts that are going to each one for the full calendar year. Large chunk of it is going to their operations and environmental services. And again, this is one where we could break it down further to be how much of that is road maintenance, how much of that is recreational facilities, how much of that is outdoor spaces. However, for presentation purposes, we have left it at a bit of a higher level, just to ensure that it doesn't get too crowded. But you'll see in both 2025 and 2026, a large portion is for operations. The next highest is being for planning for our future. Our next steps, we will have a budget open house again on Tuesday, November 18th from 12 to 6 in this council chambers. The media release will be going out after today's session. We will present any public comments that were received during that. And if we do need, depending on where council wishes to go with today's discussion, if you wish to implement any amendments, you are welcome to. And if needed, if there are amendments, then a treasurer's report will be presented as well. Yep.
Any comments from council? Any thought to that?
Thank you for that.
Any thought to going from the 4.76 to the 5 to make that slight increase on reserves?
I just go back to slide number. It's you too. Page 6172 is estimated impact on average assessed single family dwelling. The number we see for the 2026 estimated municipal taxes being $2,223.39. That is representative of the 4.76%, not 5%. Okay.
So rather than 101, it would be 106 something or other, because I think the difference is $5, right?
Yeah,
I very much understand the thought and valid thinking and justification for going up to 5. I'm also curious about seeing, because we have made the hard steps of having higher increases in this term of council than previous terms of council. So just seeing those over several years, adding $5 every year. I don't know the long-term impact of just being able to see those numbers might be helpful in terms of over 5 years, how much have people's taxes gone up compared to just this 1 year? And I'm not against going up to 5. I'm just being thoughtful about it and thinking this through carefully, given how difficult it can be for some folks over the time period.
I think where I come from in thinking about this is our costs are not going down. And if we can put some money away at this point toward those costs that are going to keep increasing at a time when maybe we're not coming in and looking at 8, 9%, because I think a few years ago we were significantly higher. It's just trying to do some offsetting toward those years when we might have to face a higher, and maybe these little bits now help us to save a bit then.
I appreciate that thinking and appreciate the courage to talk about raising taxes even further, which is never a popular choice. So. Review. So because I did have in the presentation the historical residential tax rates, I am able to tell you for single family dwelling from 2021 to the 2026 estimated, it would be an increase of $486.97 since 2021 for the single family dwelling.
I was gonna say $100 a year. I see it was in the same mark ballpark.
Casino? What did you say?
No, it always seems to be in that, we always seem to run in the $100 range, yeah.
I'm sorry. I misheard you, sorry.
Again, I understand the concerns of Councillor Day here too, and for people that are struggling with making everyday payments and getting through their bills and stuff. If we can take an extra $5 this year, that may make a difference of $10 or $15 next year we're going to ask for. So I understand it 100%, but we're talking 30 cents a day or whatever it works out to get to our 30 cents a day, 30 cents a week to get to that point. So again, not to say 5%, 4.99.
What does that extra percentage or part of a percentage equate to in terms of an amount that we would be contributing then to reserves?
So through you, if you were to go 5%, sorry, not 4.99, it would be an additional 33,500 going to reserves.
And that does make a difference. At the end of the day, 33,000.
It does, but is it significant enough for the bad optics?
Look at the price of the bridge. Like that's
Well, I know it's a small amount, but still.
not even in the same.
We'd rather not take
I
that.
know, I'm not taking a stand one way or the other. I don't know. I can see both sides, but it's the mayor's budget.
This is council's day for having input. You need to determine what the mayor's budget is going to be. If nobody has an appetite for that, then we go with what's been presented.
I think I'm the only one who spoke out against it, and I spoke out in a not super strong way against it. So I don't know if I would rest the whole decision on everything that I said. Just so you know.
I think earlier I had kind of played both sides of it. I think I'll stick with my initial point in that I have to say that I think on paper, I like the idea of having less. A 4.76% increase on paper looks better than a 5% increase. I think I'll stick with my initial comment of wanting it's 4.76%. We're going less is best.
So I'll get off the fence. I agree. I think $33,000 in the whole scheme of things is neither here nor there. And yeah, it's only 30 cents a week or whatever it is, but folks are also looking at the increased price of groceries. We talked about the increased price of meat, it's building materials, it's literally everything. And I'm not sure that they're seeing an equal increase in the amount that they're bringing home from their jobs. So I'm more inclined to be in favor of the lower rate as well.
Fine with that. I wanted to put it out there just for the very idea of trying to build toward that future, a little bit at a time where we can, but.
And I think we've been doing that better over. I think we've been doing that we've been acknowledging that in our last few budgets. And I can't speak for the long term because it's my first time on council, but we have made some difficult decisions and brought that perspective in.
So next steps then.
We just need to come out of that strategic session.
Okay. No closing remarks?
I'm happy to, if you tolerate some closing remarks, I would like to take the opportunity to, existing in this narrow wedge between council and staff, it gives me a unique opportunity to see the commitment and passion for both levels. And having been able to appreciate the work that's gone into developing this budget and from the staff level, I want to honor the work that's been done and really offer a job well done. This is a challenging year, bringing forward the first mayor's budget and trying to navigate how that comes forward to public and with council and mayor alike. I really want to honor the work done by staff and also the work done by council, because it is a unique position this year to be in where it feels different and it looks different because it is different. So it's been a real joy to listen to the conversation and hear good dialogue back and forth and see how that dance between staff and the wishes of council has moved forward. So my congratulations and honor to both sides. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And I would agree. Staff has been an excellent resource in getting us through this first year with a changed focus on and trying to keep everyone involved all the way through so that it didn't become just the mayor's budget, it becomes everybody's budget. So thank you to everyone. If nothing else here, recommendation is that the strategic session be adjourned and the special council meeting be resumed at 2:17 p.m. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McComb, Councillor Schuldeis. There's no further discussion. I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And direction out of Strongmere budget strategic session. Do we have anything that is coming out of that, or we haven't made any changes through that?
Through you, Mayor Carlton, if there are no council proposed amendments, then there is nothing resulting from the strategic session.
Okay, so I will ask once again, are there any council amendments that would be wanted in this before we proceed? Or everybody's happy with the budget as we have arrived at it? Okay. Then we are on to confirming bylaw. The recommendation being that bylaw number 2025-074, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on November 14th, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor McComb. Any discussion? Call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And date of our next regular meeting is November 19th at 5 p.m. I will call for a mover and a seconder for adjournment, please.
We're gonna sit here and say.
Councillor Winters?
Sure.
Councillor Schuldeis? All in favor? That is carried.